Hello, good morning, everybody. Thank you. Good morning. And welcome to the first public hearing of the Caesars Palace Times Square Community Advisory Committee. My name is Carl Wilson, and I serve as chair of the committee and have been appointed by Eric Botcher, council member of District 3. By law, the committee consists of members appointed by specific elected officials who represent the proposed project site. Other committee members joining me today include Laura Smith, appointed by Mayor Eric Adams, Peter Hatch, appointed by Governor Kathy Hochul, Richard Godfrey, appointed by Senator Liz Krueger, and he'll be with us momentarily, Matthew Tai, appointed by Assembly Member Tony Simone, and Chris Carroll, appointed by Mark Levine, Manhattan Borough President. An overview of the CAC. This committee is statutorily charged with reviewing the Caesars Palace Times Square application. To achieve this, each member of the committee has been reviewing the application, and today we are receiving public comments regarding Caesars Palace Times Square. The Gaming Facility Location Board established September 30th, 2025, as the date by which a vote must be conducted as to whether the project should be advanced to the Gaming Facilities Location Board. So to start today, we're going to begin with a 30-minute presentation by the applicant on the proposal. I have two bits of housekeeping. First, there are bathrooms here if you need to use, right outside the doors to the right and down the steps. And then second, in order to get through this in a timely way so that we can move forward to public hearing, I ask that we please keep decorum. We don't need to have any jeers, comments, cheers, laughter. We're going to try to move through this as fast as we can to get to everybody's comments, okay? Great. And with that, I will turn it over to the applicant to begin.
Thank you and good morning. I'm Mark Holliday, CEO of SL Green, the largest commercial property owner in Manhattan. Thank you to the members of the CAC for having us here today and for investing so much of your time in this important process. And thank you to all of the members of the community who have engaged with us over the past 5 years in hundreds of meetings and listening sessions. We're excited to continue that engagement here today. On the heels of our last CAC presentation, we've tailored today's discussion to include a more robust details on our transportation plan, because we know that this is something that is of high priority on everyone's mind. You have my personal commitment and my team's commitment that not only will we mitigate any potential impact from our project, but we're going to implement a plan that will improve traffic flow and decrease congestion throughout the bow tie. Later in the presentation, you'll hear at length from my colleague Robert Schiffer, who will discuss the details of our 6-point plan to accomplish this by incentivizing mass transit use, limiting access to for cars at drop-offs, removing parking spots from the bow tie, implementing a $10 million traffic mitigation plan, committing not to incentivize tour buses, and investing in quality of life improvements that make it more enjoyable and likely that patrons will leave their cars at home. For the past 27 years, I've had the pleasure of leading this homegrown company, SL Green. We started in 1997 as a small organization, and today we are the dominant player in high quality New York City commercial real estate ownership, management, and development. Most importantly, our entire business is here. When New York thrives, we thrive. And as I've said before, and in the past, we don't own any properties in Florida, nothing on the West Coast or in Texas. We are all in on New York like no other company in this city, and we're here to stay. Because our fate is shared with the city, we seek our projects that improve the communities around them, and when we make commitments, we keep those commitments. One Vanderbilt is a perfect example of that. We worked with the city and the state for over a decade to pioneer a new approach to public-private partnership that led to the rezonings of East Midtown and Vanderbilt Avenue corridor rezonings, which revitalized the entire Grand Central District and provided a framework for East Midtown's remarkable recovery over the past 5 years. One Vanderbilt isn't just the best office building in the country, but it also provided $220 million in public realm improvements that significantly enhanced the lives of everyday New Yorkers. The largest private investment in New York City public realm improvements associated with any development project, and that will only be eclipsed by our amazing new project proposed for Times Square. While we are known for our work in East Midtown, we're also one of the largest investor developers in Times Square and deeply committed to its future. Times Square is one of those irreplaceable assets, the true beating heart of Manhattan, a global magnet for tourists and one of the most iconic places on the entire planet. It is a place designed for purpose as New York's great entertainment district, meant to host the bright lights, the big crowds. It's all about excitement, imagination, and culture. But we all know that Times Square can be so much better than it is today, that it can become a place where New Yorkers want to spend time and a place that shows off the best of our city to visitors from around the world. To transform a neighborhood, you need a spark. This project is that spark to make this happen in a way that's only possible in Times Square and uniquely achievable at 1515 Broadway, a building that SL Green has owned for nearly a quarter of a century. Because of Times Square power as a tourist destination, its transportation infrastructure and concentration of businesses, it's the only location that can realistically host a world-class gaming destination that is a good neighbor, maximizes revenue for the public, and minimizes impact on the environment and residential communities. And at 1515 Broadway, we have an asset that allows us to create an incredible new place in the most sustainable and environmentally friendly way possible by adaptively reusing an existing office building as opposed to tearing it down and building anew. It can be delivered quickly with minimal disruption to the surrounding community because the vast majority of the construction will occur inside the building. And it won't take away sites from much needed affordable housing like other projects, and it will not create sprawling new developments like other casino proposals do on tens and tens of acres of land. The result that we will walk through with you today is nothing like a typical Las Vegas casino or really any other resort in the world. Caesar's Palace Times Square defies everything you've heard about casino development. It is designed not to keep people inside, but specifically to share their time with all of Times Square and all that New York City has to offer. It is contextual with the Times Square neighborhood, the world's most iconic entertainment district. Its community benefits are designed to solve existing problems as defined by members of this community. Its ownership reflects the diversity of New York, and most importantly, it's supported by a broad and diverse coalition of every kind of local stakeholder, businesses, residents, unions, theater actors, and musicians, and the list goes on and on. So let me walk you through what we're proposing at 1515 Broadway. The enormous benefit we have is that the building in its current state can be easily adapted from office to a world-class gaming and hospitality destination. At grade along Broadway, we have the Minskoff Theater lobby to the south, the casino lobby to the north, and in between, we are working with Pace Gallery to create an interactive digital art experience that will be open to the public and free to the public. Importantly, there will be no gaming on the first floor. That is to promote responsible gaming. People coming here will be doing so intentionally as a destination. They won't be drawn in impulsively. On the floors above, we have gaming, several restaurants, an abundance of outdoor space, and 992 five-star hotel rooms in Times Square. At the very top, we will open an amenity to the facility and to patrons, Summit Times Square, a westward counterpoint to the world-renowned Summit One Vanderbilt, which many of you hopefully know and have visited. If we are granted a gaming license, there is an agreement for the Lion King to move out of its existing premises during construction, move back into a brand new Minskoff Theater located in the lower level of the building upon completion of construction. Caesar's Palace Times Square fits into the Times Square district like a glove, and we are doing it in a way that is tasteful and a great neighbor to those around us, like One Times Square where the ball drops and 1501 Broadway, immediately adjacent buildings and staunch supporters of this project. Gaming patrons enter off Broadway into an incredibly elegant and dynamic lobby. Coming around the corner on 45th Street, we have a beautiful entrance to the hotel adjacent to a reimagined Schubert Alley. The alley has been underlit and unwelcoming for years and will now be a great public space in Times Square for theater goers and visitors to enjoy. Once inside, hotel guests will be greeted with a grand lobby, setting the scene for New York's next great world-class destination. Our world-class gaming floors will be managed at the highest level, dramatic, mostly column-free space, everything done with approachable elegance, so everyone feels welcome to the game and have a great time doing it. Above the gaming floors, there will be a small number of exceptional restaurant options. While the vast majority of people will eat in surrounding establishments, we're excited to add some of the new fine dining options to the neighborhood, building on our experience with places such as Le Pavillon, La Tête d'Or, and Joji, each of which have received Michelin recognition. The hotel rooms for the floor-to-ceiling glass will provide incredible views of the city, a truly bespoke New York City hotel experience. And what makes this project special isn't just what happens inside its walls, but what it supports in the city and beyond. Times Square is unique in that it already offers everything people expect from gaming destination, that from hotel rooms to restaurants to retailers and entertainment options. Here are some specific numbers to quantify what we're describing. We project over 3,400 rooms to be demanded every single day because people around the world will want to visit Caesar's Palace in Times Square. We are only providing 992 rooms on site. This means that nearly 2,500 rooms every day will be directed to other hotels in Times Square. And remember, Times Square contains hotel offerings of all economic levels, such that anyone who wants to enjoy Caesar's Palace Times Square can come and stay at a hotel of their choice and still be treated as a Caesar's Palace guest. Based on the projected demand at our property, we could deliver 34 successful restaurants, but we're only providing 4 restaurants. When people need to eat, and they always do, they will frequent other restaurants in the neighborhood and throughout New York City. The halo effect will create nearly 14 million meals consumed at other restaurants throughout the city. Retail and gaming tend to be synonymous, and Caesar's Palace Times Square will generate nearly 900 million of retail spent annually. But we um, decided to improve no space for retailers in our facility. Instead, let New York City retail establishments win and benefit from this enormous spillover effect that Caesar's Palace Times Square will generate. And entertainment, we have the world's best. Broadway. When customers visit world-class gaming destinations, they expect world-class entertainment at the same time. As a result of citing Caesar's Palace in Times Square, we expect nearly 850,000 Broadway tickets to be purchased annually, generating $125 million in ticket sales. This benefits the entire theater community, from the owners to the producers to the investors, and most importantly, to the actors, musicians, and stagehands. We spent 4 years speaking to our neighborhood businesses, learning from them, and presenting the economic impact of our project that what will have on their success in the future. This map reflects just a sample of some of the businesses within a 3-minute walk of our property that exclusively support Caesar's Palace Times Square. We have over 200 of them, and it's a testament to the halo effect force multiplier that these businesses know is coming their way. Now, I thank you for your time. I want to turn it over to my partner at Caesars Entertainment, Tom Reeg.
Thanks, Mark. I'm Tom Reeg. I'm the CEO of Caesars Entertainment. We are the world's largest gaming and hospitality company with 53 properties in 18 states that serve 65 million Caesars Rewards customers. For those that are not familiar with the casino space, I know that there may be an idea that all operators are the same. I'm going to tell you that why Caesars is different. The idea of Caesar's Palace started 59 years ago this week. I'm sorry, 59 years ago this week in Las Vegas at Caesar's Palace. And the idea is every person is a Caesar and you treat them as such. And Caesar's Palace Times Square will have offerings that appeal to everyone. Whether you're a tourist, you're a New Yorker, you're an international high-end customer, we have the opportunity to create the preeminent gaming experience really in the world that will attract the ultra high net worth VIP gaming customers to bespoke high limit areas and table games, and in addition to offering the latest and greatest games in our mass gaming areas. When this process began, we were approached by people attracted to our brand, to our management expertise, and wanted to partner with us. We are very choosy with where we put the Caesars name. There are very few of the Caesars palaces in the country. It was very clear to us early on, talking to Mark and Des, SL Green and Rock Nation, that this is a unique partnership in the entertainment capital of the world, and we can really create something special that'll attract international tourists and their spending power that'll benefit New York's economy for decades to come. Caesars is a company that employs over 20,000 union employees. Caesars Palace Times Square will be a union job for close to 4,000 permanent employees and over 3,000 construction employees. We at Caesars are particularly proud of our leadership in workforce development, including our perfect score from the Human Rights Commission campaign for LGBTQ plus workplace equality. We've earned that for 17 consecutive years. No other operator is committed to New York and aligned with its values as Caesars. We know this is especially important because these communities are well represented in the neighborhoods on the west side of Manhattan, and we've worked hard to earn their support. The key to Caesars is the Caesars Rewards loyalty program. If you are a traveler, think about your preferred frequent flyer program or your hotel program where you earn points and use them throughout the system. It's a hub and spoke designed system where the hubs are destination properties across the country: Las Vegas, New Orleans, Lake Tahoe, Atlantic City. We have 65 million customers that actively earn points in one of our local 53 properties across 18 states, and they use their points in destination properties in our system. They have no reason to come to New York for casino right now. And this fills a big gap. These are customers that at the highest end, they collect experiences. We have headline entertainment residencies at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas with artists like Adele and Garth Brooks. When I think of what we can create in the bow tie, where you've got rooms and restaurants and terraces that will overlook the ball drop on New Year's Eve, this is going to be extremely powerful for our customers. And when we engage our customers on Caesars Palace Times Square, the level of engagement, people that clicked on interest in Caesars Palace Times Square, was more than 2 times our typical approach. So there is demand for this within our system. We are also going to allow our rewards points to be used and redeemed at local partner businesses throughout Times Square and the West Side on a dollar for dollar basis. So as Mark illustrated, we don't have enough capacity in our building to service all of the demand that there will be for this product, for where they can eat, where they can stay. And so we are creating an ecosystem where all the businesses at Times Square become part of our project. I know that there is a reputation in the casino business that the casino becomes a vacuum that sucks up all of the activity and attention and business in the area. We can't do that here. We don't have the ability to service all of the demand that we create. And so we are partnering with many local businesses. We're going to market them for free through our app. So we'll market restaurants. We'll market the Broadway theaters, which will be an important piece of our entertainment proposal to customers. LGBTQ plus establishments and hotels. All of our neighbors get access to 65 million members for free because they're our partners. There's no other company that comes close to this in terms of depth of program. This is the largest and most highly developed program in the casino space. And there's another advantage that Caesars Rewards provides. Over decades of operation, and the millions of relationships that we have unprecedented data into how our customers behave and engage with our destinations. So we can incentivize customers to use public transportation at times when it's most important for the community in terms of congestion. Again, there is no one that has this level of development of data analysis and applying that to how our customers behave. So this is not just a plan. We're already doing this in communities across the country. In New Orleans in 1994, they were faced with the same decision. We were proposing to build a property at the foot of Canal Street, right in the French Quarter, among the convention center, all of the hotels, all the restaurants, and there were similar meetings like this. How would this work for the community? We signed a 25-year lease agreement and built a property, as I said, at the foot of Canal Street. And that has gone so well that we extended it for another 35 years in 2019. It has benefited the entire community. And I know New Orleans is not New York, but it is a city center in an entertainment destination that's very similar to what we're proposing here. The last point I'll make is something that's core to everything that we do. When it comes to responsible gaming, we have set the standard in the industry. Caesars was the first company in the industry that started a responsible gaming program. We were the first to pioneer Project 21, where we restrict gaming to people over 21, even in places that allow gaming sub 21, unless we are required to offer it by law. In July 24, we were honored with the Corporate Social Responsibility Award from the National Council on Problem Gaming. Each year, all of our frontline employees are trained in responsible gaming, and we have gaming ambassadors at each property walking the floors. We'll implement our program here, and we're going even further in New York, as Mark said, ensuring there will be no gaming activities on the ground floor visible from the street level. So again, you are going to come to this property as a destination. You're not just going to see a slot machine through a window on the street and walk in. In addition to these areas of our company focus, we consider the recommendations from the New York Council on Problem Gaming and institute the following practices at Caesars Palace Times Square. We will have a grassroots street level outreach program led by the Caesars Palace Times Square Responsible Gaming chairperson and the ambassadors on the floor. In addition to existing available treatment, we will support a walk-in treatment facility open 24/7 within 1 mile of the casino for anyone struggling with problem gambling. We will deploy pre and post opening responsible gaming advertising efforts in and around New York City through the same media and marketing mediums that we use to advertise the property. And you saw us do that when we came into New York in sports betting. We had the Manning family as our spokespeople, and the second commercial that we shot with them and aired on NFL broadcast was for responsible gambling. You can expect the same thing if we are privileged enough to operate here. And as we do in all our properties, we will staff responsible gaming ambassadors on site to speak with customers 24/7. They are trained to directly interact and speak with customers who may be dealing with gambling issues. And it is now my pleasure to hand the mic to our partner at Roc Nation, Desiree Perez.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Desiree Perez, and I'm the CEO of Roc Nation. It's a company that started in New York City, actually started in Times Square in 2008. The founders of the company are New York born and bred New Yorkers, And what we do there is really entertainment. We have a sports agency, a label, a management company of artists, and we produce global events around the world. We had the opportunity as well to partner with others that were running for the gaming license, but we chose to partner with this team specifically because of what we do in terms of doing business with people. We make sure that they're ingraining themselves in the community in different ways. Just because we are the community and we come from New York City is very important to us. And so we wanted to make sure that whoever we partnered with was going to have the same values that we had. And that's what we found in Caesars and in SL Green. Part of what we've done with the investments with different businesses, and I want to give you a few examples, and I mentioned some in the prior meeting that we had, is, for example, we wanted to partner with the Brooklyn Public Library, who in essence partnered with all the libraries in Brooklyn, and we did a debut tribute to the Book of Hove. And what that did is raise millions of dollars for the book censorship program. That was the book censorship that was going on in a program that was started by the library. Uh, Second to the Brooklyn Public Library event, we, during COVID, right on the heels of COVID not being over, because it's not over still, but in 21, we started what we call a job fair. And at the job fair, we thought it would be helpful for New Yorkers to get on their feet. We went over to Madison Square Garden, we partnered with them. And what we did is we split the floor in half. One half of the floor had entry-level positions that were pre-qualified for New Yorkers for jobs. We also partnered with Reform, which is an organization that's here in New York City as well, in the Times Square area, that works with people who are on probation and parole and require jobs in order to be compliant. And we also partnered with a lot of organizations that provided suits or clothing for people who to go into an interview, people who could help with expungement of records, barbershops, hairstylists, all kinds of people on the other side to help them be interview ready. And then they would turn the corner and go into the side of Madison Square Garden where there were jobs waiting for them. We did that. It was so successful that we ended up doing it every single year since then. Second program, and we do so many, but these are the ones that I chose to discuss with you guys, is the scholarship program. We have it's 21 years old, the Sean Carter Foundation Scholarship Program. And what it does is it gives scholarships to high school students who want to go to college. And I know that that doesn't sound very unique, but the difference is it's not a merit scholarship. So it's not about your grades, because people with straight A's normally do get scholarships, fortunately. But people who have mitigating circumstances at home, such as single parent households, parents with drug addicted parents, parents who are in prison, young people who are pregnant and during high school and want to finish and then end up wanting to go to college. So we provide these scholarships for people that have those mitigating circumstances, and we've been doing that for 21 years. This is not new in what we do. The other projects that we do, to give you another example, is the Sean Carter Foundation, the UJC, the United Justice Coalition, that we do right here in Manhattan. We've done it for the last 3 years, which is a place where we organize organizations from all over the United States. We bring in 46 interns from 46 different states, from colleges, to basically organize, promote, and market. And it's about social justice. And what we do is we have a forum just like this where people sit and just talk about our social justice issues around the country, but there's so many. So there's all different kinds of speakers that show to this event. We subsidize it, Rock Nation does, and it's free for people to come in. Last year alone, we did it. This year, actually, we did it at the Shed, and we have 4,500 people come over for that. So we've partnered here with Local 802, for example, and we're going to be hosting a monthly job fair for their members. We also know that the theater community isn't just Broadway. Just last week, we joined the award-winning actor and producer Wendell Pierce to announce a $10 million investment to launch and sustain the New York Coalition of Legacy Theater of Color Fund, a 501c3 to support theaters and ensembles focused on telling the stories of New York communities and color, and while combating and longstanding funding inequities. So what we heard when we were talking to Broadway workers was they were having, a lot of issues with childcare. They couldn't, between jobs, they didn't have money to pay the rent. There were just all sorts of issues that we all face at different times. The difference is their job is unique in how they do it. So what we've done is we put in $100 million on the table for childcare with Bright Horizons. medical and student debt relief, tickets to shows for underfunded communities. We established a $10 million fund again for the Coalition of Theater of Color. And we've agreed to support the local theaters such as Sony Hall and Town Hall and Youth Educational Program. Also, as part of the theaters for the diverse representation, we're proud to support the Billie Holiday Theater, the Bedford Stuyvesant, the first Black theater to transfer a hit to Broadway. We're proud to support the Black Spectrum Theater located in Jamaica, Queens, the new Federal Theater now operating out of Manhattan's West Side, the new Heritage Theater Group out of Harlem, and a direct neighbor to our project, and the Negro Ensemble Company operating out of Times Square. These theaters and their employees, will receive the same benefits we're providing to Broadway's labor community. Access to childcare, student and medical debt repayment, rental assistance, and participation in Caesar's Palace Times Square monthly job fair to supplement work between the shows. And before I turn it over, I read an article that came out between our last meeting and this one. And I noticed in that article, they said that, and I quote, "The reporter noted that while other applicants were doing generous community work, ours stood out." And I just thought to myself, shouldn't it? I mean, shouldn't we demand that in the best city in the world, right? This is the city that runs the world. Everyone looks to New York for everything. We're kind of like the domino effect of everything. That shouldn't we demand that every applicant give as much as they can to the community and that they outstand it in every way, and that it shouldn't just be about the adjacent block, 1 or 2 blocks or 3 blocks near us, that it should be about all of New York City and everything that we do. And so, I love the story because it invoked in me. I was like, what do you mean it's generous? New York City shouldn't be giving licenses for businesses to benefit from New York City if it's not giving back to the community. That's why this forum is great, but I think it should excel and it should be about what we give back since we are meant to benefit from the community. And I'll pass it on to Brett.
Thank you, Des. As we mentioned earlier, we've spent 5 years and over 1,000 meetings engaging with community members in Times Square and Hell's Kitchen to understand the challenges they face every day, from basic infrastructure needs to supporting the workers who make Times Square special, like the Actors Equity Association, local 802 members, among others. Our $250 million community investment plan is the largest private commitment to neighborhood improvement in Times Square's history. And it should be, because this is a $5.5 billion project, one of the greatest economic prizes New York State has ever awarded. And it's incumbent upon developers, always, to prioritize their community and to reinvest at levels commensurate with their projects. These aren't feel-good gestures. They're targeted solutions to longstanding community challenges that we learned about through direct engagement with the West Side community. Our commitment starts with the understanding that local residents should benefit directly and should have a say in how these benefits are distributed. When we last met, we talked about the establishment of a trust with the residents of Manhattan Plaza. Since that meeting, we've heard from many members of the community who support our objective, but wanted assurances that it would be administered fairly and in a way that allowed not only Manhattan Plaza, but also all of the West Side community's voice to be heard. In response to this feedback, we listened. We've selected the West Side Community Fund to oversee the distribution of these funds. This trusted nonprofit is already embedded in the West Side community. We will be working together on a special program within the West Side Community Fund, which will be informed by community input and engagement from groups like tenant and block associations throughout Hell's Kitchen and the West Side to ensure all grants reflect true community priorities. Our commitment remains the same. We will allocate $1.5 million annually, along with 0.5% of casino operating profits from SL Green, Rock Nation, and Caesars to this fund, with a particular focus on Hell's
So
Kitchen.
I am going to ask the applicant if they could wrap up within the next 5 minutes, please.
Well,
We
we-
present one.
we- just hold one second. We have 3 more speakers. One is about diversity of ownership. The other is about transportation. The other is about security. Not to, I mean, we're gonna,
I understand, but the ground rules were 30 minutes. We are at that moment now. We can give 5 more. We have a very full room for public testimony, so we would like to move to that as fast as possible.
I would make your final point, Brett, and let's.
Okay. I just wanted to
Give it
present a
to-
brand new initiative that today. The West Side of Manhattan is one of the great global centers of art and creativity in the world. And many of the youth living in West Side NYCHA housing lived through their entire adolescence and upbringing without ever experiencing full offerings of their neighborhoods, such as museums, art galleries, sporting events, and theater. These offerings are perceived as inaccessible. Exposure to the arts is proven to have a positive impact on adolescents, helping to reduce violence and delinquent behaviors by fostering pro-social skills and creating a sense of community. A newfound sense of belonging to otherwise inaccessible life-changing hobbies and career paths can make an enormous difference for children. We are announcing today a $20 million commitment over 10 years to the youth of NYCHA to be used for tickets to Broadway shows, live entertainment venues, art galleries and museums, and all the great art attractions that make the west side of Manhattan so special. Now I'd like to turn it over to Ryan Williams to talk about our groundbreaking approach to inclusive.
One minute, Ryan.
Thank you all for the time. Good morning, everybody. I do think that hearing me out on what I'm bringing to the partnership is important because nobody is doing anything nearly as revolutionary as we are. I'm Ryan Williams. I am the founder of a company called Cadre, New York-based company focused on democratizing access to real estate investments. I'm passionate about leveling the investing playing field for everybody. And so my last company, Cadre, which employed hundreds of New Yorkers, invested in more than 50 properties around the country, and hundreds of thousands of individuals were able to invest for as little as $500 in marquee real estate investments. So we're literally democratizing multi-generational wealth creation. Today, if you go to this slide, look at this slide. I'm incredibly excited to announce the first of its kind community investment fund. This is a fund that has not been implemented anywhere. It's going to reset the paradigm of who can invest in this asset class. We know that there's more than 70% of New Yorkers who are working class, but less than 1% of real estate in New York is owned by those same New Yorkers. I'm from a working class background. I know firsthand how important access and opportunity is. And what we're doing with the Community Investment Fund is giving people the ability to own a piece of an iconic generational investment. No one else is doing this. I've done it at scale. I've returned more than $1 billion of investment capital. My last company. I'm excited about changing the paradigm with the Community Investment Fund, and I'm excited about democratizing multi-generational wealth creation so everybody can have a brighter future. It doesn't matter where you come from, but we should set the stage in the standard in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. We got 1 minute from Rob Schiffer on transportation.
Sure. Just going to hit the highlights here. Most importantly, this is the most serviced location in the entire world for mass transit, with 16 subway lines connected to 4 top subway stations in New York City, servicing 150 million people a year. 75% of our guests are going to walk, 33,000 people a day, 40% of which are already in Midtown. These are individuals who are already in Midtown performing what are called link trips, meaning they're combining an experience at Caesar's Palace Times Square, something else in Times Square, like a Broadway show or a dinner. In terms of off-site parking, we expect only 6% of our guests drive to park. We've dedicated a garage outside of the bow tie for these guests. We will direct them and incentivize them to use that garage. There are thousands of available spaces outside the bow tie that we will also direct our guests to. And none of these individual cars will have a meaningful impact on vehicular congestion. Now, that said, our customers are already in Times Square. They're already a part of the Times Square fabric. And there's minimal drive within Times Square. However, we are still implementing transportation improvement plan and in Times Square. Finally, most important point of all of this, hear a lot of noise about whether the pedestrians who come to Times Square and come to Caesar's Palace Times Square are going to have a meaningful impact on Broadway. And that is just not the fact. There was a graph that was earlier kind of flipping around here, but our peak demand on weekdays and on Saturdays is after the theaters have emptied out. Our guests come between 8 o'clock during the week, between 9 and 10 o'clock weekend. Finally, we presented our organizational chart to put in place individual is called the Director of Transportation. This individual will be a senior staff member. Most importantly, in addition to all these bullets of what their roles and responsibilities are, they will be the dedicated point of community impact and will liaise regularly with the community in regularly scheduled meetings.
Thank you, Rob. Can we conclude with Commissioner Bratt?
We are.
Maybe during Q&A, if there's any questions on security that we didn't get to present, we would have Commissioner Bratt here for some time to say. Thank you, for your listening in today, and we appreciate it. And we're very passionate about this project. That wasn't clear from this presentation, and we hope everyone will support this.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So I think in order to get, yes, I think in order to move into the public hearing portion of, we're going to forego the Q&A, and if that is okay with the committee here. So I think with that, the applicant is dismissed from this, and thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, well, we welcome written questions following this. We don't want to foreclose the opportunity to, answer, particularly since we didn't get to present, all of the substantial transportation work that we've done, far more than Rob presented, and, all the security to help, enforce safety, sanitation, security, the way Commissioner Bratton did when he was in charge of that Times Square area at 2 different points in time. So questions will be answered.
Thank you. Thank you.
One. Check one.
hearing is an opportunity for members of the community to offer comments on the Caesar Palace Times Square and not a venue for the public to ask questions of either the committee members or the applicant. Individuals wishing to speak must sign up at the registration table. We will begin taking speakers on a first-come, first-served basis. Speakers will be allowed 2 minutes to present their speech. Attendance will be capped when we're at capacity. And I'm sure many of you can tell, we are at capacity right now. So I am going to ask, and the committee is going to ask, that once you have given your testimony, you could exit the auditorium so that we can make room for the additional speakers that are outside. And there is quite a line outside, so we appreciate your consideration for doing that. Today's hearing is being live streamed, recorded, and will be posted online soon after the event concludes. The recording will be closed captioned for the hearing here. In addition to presenting comments today, there are additional ways to provide comment. As mentioned, today's hearing is the first of two. A second public hearing will be announced soon for September. The committee will also receive comments by electronic mail at Caesars Times SQ public comment at nystec.com or by mail, which should be directed to Caesars Palace Times Square Community Advisory Committee, care of NYSTEC, 540 Broadway, 3rd floor, Albany, New York, 12207. All comments spoken, emailed, and written will be documented and given equal review and weighed by committee members. While there is no deadline for submitting comments, please note that the committee must complete its work by September 30th, 2025. Those wishing to submit comments are advised to do so as quickly as possible. If you have already submitted a written comment or via email or mail, please do not sign up to speak if you simply plan to read your comment verbatim. Finally, attendees must remain respectful and courteous. Disruptions will not be tolerated, and anyone using offensive, threatening, or obscene language or behavior may be asked to leave at the discretion of any committee member. So with that, I'd like to move into the public comments. And again, I just want to stress the 2 minutes. We have a very full room and we will have to cut the mic at 2 minutes to move on to the next speaker, okay? So with that, we're going to start by calling. I did want to, at this top of the committee, if there are any elected officials that wish to speak, they may go first. All right, seeing none, we're going to move into the public session.
So if you're here to speak and you have a number, I'd like anybody from numbers 1 through 5 to line up at the microphone here, 5 through 10 at the microphone over there, please. And then be prepared, we'll be grouping you up by 5. So following these 5, get ready to be in line. Thank you so much.
Okay. So before you speak, if you could just state your name for us, please, and your zip code. That would be very helpful. Thank you. Yes. Kick us off.
Jarrell Gibbs, zip code 10001. Hello, my name is Jarrell Gibbs. I'm from New York City. I'm here to show my support for Caesars Palace Times Square. I've seen Times Square's slow recovery from the pandemic. This project will contribute to economic growth, revenue for local businesses, and more visitors to Midtown. This project will also bring billions in revenue to local theaters, restaurants, hotels, and shops around Broadway. Local businesses will directly benefit from the Caesars Rewards Point Exchange Program, which will allow businesses and restaurants to accept Caesars Rewards points. The developer has also committed to investing in programs to provide Broadway tickets for families from underdeserved communities. Personally, it means a lot to me being able to take both my daughters to see a good Broadway show. The Caesars Palace project will keep the lights shining bright in Times Square and make sure New York City remains the best place to visit and live in the world. This project will keep our city booming. Let's build a better Times Square. Thank you.
Number 2. Please hold your applause so we can get through as many public comments as we possibly can. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Tiara Williams. This investment in safety, security, and transportation will make Times Square safer for our families. The developer has made commitments to millions in direct public investment for safety and security improvements, public space improvements, after-school programs, senior support, community health programs, public bathrooms, and sanitation for the neighborhood. Coming home late at night knowing the streets will be safer is a big deal for me. Let's not forget that the best crime fighting tool to keep people off the streets is a good job with family sustaining wages and benefits, like the union job opportunities this project will create. Union construction projects are built safely and efficiently. This is what responsible development looks like, and this is why I support Caesars Palace Times Square. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's try to hold applause, folks. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lenny Anselmo, zip code 11385. I'm in support of the project. I lived in New York City my whole life, and I just want to say how unions can change a person's life, not just a person, but generations. My dad came to this country over 50 years ago, and he had an opportunity to join the laborers union the day actually I was born, and how it bettered our lives. Not only that I have the opportunity to work as a second generation as a laborer. Not only that, now that I'm a lead, I play a leadership role, and also that it gave me and my family an opportunity. And actually, my daughter has the opportunity to go to college, and actually, she got a scholarship for NYU, a full ride to NYU in the Stern program. And how I see how it can change people's lives, not just people, but a whole generation. My daughter's third generation from American, and yeah, so I think unions are important, and I think this project will be really good for this city. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Noel Holiday. My zip code is 10031. I'm born and raised in New York City. I'm here to show my support for Caesar's Palace, Times Square. I look forward to coming to Times Square with my family and pointing to another iconic building built and run by the best trained union workers. We need this project because it will create union jobs that provide high quality health insurance and retirement savings to New York City workers. Having union wages and health benefits means that I could actually afford groceries and go to the doctor when I'm sick. This project can boost wages and quality of life for workers from all over the 5 boroughs. Thousands of good jobs are at stake. The Caesars team has a history of working with union labor, and they are using this project to create a win for all New Yorkers. I urge you to support this important project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gino Murillo. I'm a New York City resident. I would like to share with you why I feel this project is important. Why is it important to bring Caesar's Palace to Times Square? One reason, it'll bring way more venue for local businesses in the area, like parking garages, restaurants, and theaters. Local businesses will directly benefit from the Caesars Rewards Point Exchange Program, which allow businesses and restaurants to accept Caesars reward points. The developer has also committed to invest in programs to provide Broadway tickets for families from underserved communities. It would also bring a lot of jobs to local workers throughout the 5 boroughs. What better place to have a casino than Times Square, where so many people come from all over the world? Caesar's Palace will fit in just right at Times Square, so I support this project 100%. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerson Ascona. I'm born and raised in New York City. I'm here to show my support for Caesar Palace, Times Square. I look forward to coming to Times Square with my family and pointing to another iconic building built and run by the best trained union workers. We need this project because it will create union careers that provide high quality insurance and retirement savings to New York City workers. Having union wages and health benefit means that I can actually afford groceries and go to the doctors when I'm sick. I got 3 kids and I know how sick they get. This project can boost wages and quality of life for workers from all over the 5 boroughs. Thousands of good jobs are at stake. The Caesars team has a history of working with union laborers, and they are using this project to create a win for all New Yorkers. I urge you to support this important job. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we begin on this side, if we could have numbers 20 through 25 line up over here on the left. And then we can start over here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abubadika Banks, and I'm part of the New York community. And based on the merits of this project, this sounds like a win-win for all of New York, which is why I'm expressing my support for the Caesars Palace Times Square proposal. A lot of what you're going to hear is going to be redundant, but that's the only way we can drive the point home. I've seen Times Square's slow recovery from the pandemic. This project will contribute to economic growth, revenue for local businesses, and more visitors to Midtown. This project will bring billions in revenue to local theaters, restaurants, hotels, and shops around Broadway. Local businesses will directly benefit from Caesars Rewards point exchange program, which will allow businesses and restaurants to accept Caesars Awards points. The developer has also committed to investing in programs to provide Broadway tickets for families from underserved communities. The Caesars Palace project, will keep the lights shining bright in Times Square and make sure New York City remains the best place to visit and live in the world. We can build a better Times Square with this project. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Nico Carter. I'm here in support of the Caesar Palace of Times Square. I've seen Times Square from a slow recovery from the pandemic. This project will continue to economic growth and more visitation to Midtown. This project will bring billions in revenue to local theaters, restaurants, hotels, and shops around Broadway. The local businesses will also, as previously stated, directly benefit from the Caesars Reward Points Exchange Program, which will allow businesses and restaurants to accept Caesars Reward points. The developer has been also committed to investing in programs to provide Broadway theater tickets for families from underserved communities. The Caesar Palace project will keep the lights shining bright in Times Square and make sure that New York City remains the best place to visit and work in the world. This project will keep our city moving. Let's build a better Times Square. Thank you for your time.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abdullah Sako. Uh, I'm a local 79 laborer of New York City resident. I'm here to show my support for Caesar Palace Times Square. Caesar Casino proposal is a common sense. Times Square is the entertainment center of New York City. People come here from all over the world. Adding a casino will bring more people into the area to see shows and explore. This is already a commercial area, so it won't displace tenants or replace a potential housing site. Raising my family in New York City, I know how much we need new housing. This proposal site is an existing office building in a non-residential district. So it won't take up vacant land that could be used for new homes. I also feel confident in Caesar responsible gaming program with separate entrance for theater, hotel, and gaming, which will be located in the second floor. This project will make direct investment in Times Square, local community groups, and the surrounding area with needed safety and public space upgrades. Thank you for the opportunity to support this exciting project. Thank you.
Just a reminder to state your name and zip code, please, before you begin testimony.
Hello, my name is Álvaro Gonzalez Duran, and I'm a New York City resident of zip code 10312. I'm here to show my support for Caesar's Palace Times Square. Caesar's casino proposal is common sense. Times Square is the entertainment center of New York. People come here from all over the world. Adding a casino will bring more people into the area to see shows and explore. As someone who loves going to Atlantic City, it'll be nice to know that I don't have to travel over 3 hours each way anymore to catch a show or to play crafts or just to spend a date night and create memories with my wife. This is already a commercial area, so it won't displace tenants or replace potential housing site. Raising my family in New York City, I know how much we need the housing. The proposal site is an existing office building in non-residential district, so it won't take up vacant land that could be used for new homes. A lot of other New Yorkers will agree with me. We don't want casinos in residential districts. I also feel confident in Caesar's responsible gaming program, as I have experienced it firsthand as I frequent casinos. With separate entrances for theater, hotel, and gaming, which will be located on the second floor. This project will make a direct investment in Times Square, local community groups who need any funding they can get, and the surrounding area with needed safety and public space upgrades. Also, let's not forget the opportunities for union jobs it will create for people from every borough and accessibility to get there easier. Thank you for your opportunity to support this exciting project.
Okay. Okay, go
Hello?
ahead.
Oh, hi, how you doing? Hello. So I'm going to say something different.
Could you just let us know who you are, please?
Oh, it's Charles Carrez, 10036. I actually live about 400 feet away from the proposed casino, the Woodstock Hotel, which is a senior housing, active adult senior housing. About 300 people live there, and each day we feed maybe 300 or 400 people. So I talked to a lot of people, and the jury's out. I think half want the casino, half don't want the casino. They're afraid of what's going to happen. There's a lot of people in our building that are older. They've had gambling problems, so that's always an issue. There are other people that, would love the idea of having a casino. So I think it really gets to the point of having some more community support, something that the casino is really going to help the community, not just the token $1 million a year. I think they can afford a lot more. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jason Lax, zip code 10019. I'm the president of the Broadway League. We represent more than 700 producers, presenters, GMs, theater owners, and operators who bring Broadway to millions of people every year. I want to start by saying we become aware that security is not letting opponents of the casino into the hearing today. SL Green says they want to be good partners and good neighbors, but they can't even let this hearing happen without trying to rig the process. It's shameful. It's shameful. We support more than 100,000 jobs in this city, and I want to thank the 7 IATSE locals who are standing shoulder to shoulder today with us and every day to fight this casino. We know that Local 79 is here in force, and we love and respect them. We are not anti-labor. That's why our partners at IATSE are here today. But these construction jobs will go wherever the casinos are built. This location is the only one that threatens 100,000 jobs, so many of which are good union positions. This casino remains an existential threat to Broadway and our entire neighborhood. If you approve this casino, it will mean fewer jobs and fewer people working on Broadway. The developers have chosen to put a casino on Broadway's doorstep to profit off the tourists and audiences the theater industry brings to Times Square. Every promise they are making about what they will and won't do in the casino will go out the window the moment there is more money to be made. These developers are not philanthropists. They are trying to buy their way to a permit. It's another empty promise they made today about $20 million to NYCHA. We don't want and don't need their empty promises to buy tickets that will never be used. We brought 15 million people into Broadway alone. Broadway succeeds and thrives without these folks trying to profit off of our success. Let's be clear, it's not an endorsement when you have to be promised $10 million to say something is a good idea. That's actually a pretty good indication that it's a terrible idea. And we are already seeing what these IOUs are worth. Yesterday, SL Green pulled back $22 million it was dangling in front of the residents of Manhattan Plaza when the residents did not react with enough enthusiasm. Please don't sell out Broadway to the highest bidder.
Joseph Cartagena, 10456. It's about time New Yorkers stand up for New Yorkers. And you see people that you've been seeing your whole life, who's been giving back to the community, who's made promises, who showed you 20 years and 30 years of giving back to the community, whether it's scholarships, whether it's opportunities and jobs, and seeing people that reflect you. You know, this is a beautiful reflection of New York City, because I'm finally in a room that everybody looks like me in this room, right? And I'm so excited about this project because New York City is the epicenter of entertainment. And wherever I go around the world, there's always I'm going to Mongolia next week. I'm sure I'm going to see New York City on the TV screen. And Times Square deserves this casino, deserves the jobs. These are not empty promises. The people who are giving back to the community are very, very credible people and care about the community. We've been out there for like 4 or 5 years, meeting everybody in the community, whether it's the Greek bakery, the LGBT community, whoever. We listened to everybody and whatever they had to say and came up with opportunities to help the community. I've never seen another project in my life that to do business in America has offered so much opportunity for the community and for people who need benefits and need help in the community. I'm all for it. I love to see you guys in Times Square. You know, I've been here my whole life, guys. All we've been doing is giving back to the community our whole life. Finally, you could get somebody that looks like you, talks like you, from where you from, same adversity, that can actually provide opportunity in New York City. Peace, y'all.
So folks, if we can keep the applause to a minimum, please, so we can keep moving through. Thank you.
Nadia Swanson, 10018. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Global Programs at the Ali Forney Center. I'm a licensed clinical social worker with 12 years of experience in New York City foster care and runaway and homeless youth system. I have a specialty in supporting youth engaged in survival sex and or experienced trafficking. AFC is the nation's largest program serving LGBTQ unhoused youth, 16 to 24. We operate a 24/7 city-funded drop-in center for unhoused youth located on 38th and 8th. There are 2 other similar programs in the neighborhood. Drop-ins are where youth go when they have nowhere to stay at night in extreme levels of crisis and stay through the night while they sit on very long wait lists. This is our only public location and makes it a target to those who look to harm and exploit our youth. It is the first point of contact for 2,200 youth we serve. Unfortunately for unhoused youth, survival sex is often their only means to meet their basic needs. For the 60% that travel from outside of New York for our services, they are highest at risk. And at least 27% of LGBT unhoused youth have engaged in survival sex work. Among those, 48% report they did it because they didn't have a place to stay. At our drop-in center, 100% of the youth do not have a place to stay. In New York City, 87% of the youth who engage in survival sex are LGBT, and sexually exploited minors are disproportionately identified as LGBTQ. New York is the 5th highest state in the country for trafficking, and it is clear that young people suffer disproportionately. And all of the stats we have are underreported. Casinos are known businesses where trafficking and violence occurs at high volumes. Trafficking, like youth homelessness, remains largely unseen because the indicators are visible to most. Casinos will be an attractive place for youth. They're open 24/7, it is large and can be invisible without being kicked out, has access to drugs and alcohol. This casino would cause tremendous harm to the unhoused youth who rely on services in this neighborhood and would be targets for those that seek to harm them. It is necessary that we put youth safety above profit, and the Ali Forney Center urges you to vote no on the Times Square Casino. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tafadar, and I am a New York City resident. I'm from 11106, but I represent the 646, the 718, and the 347. I have to say, a lot of people in the city are struggling. Like where I grew up, I struggled my whole life. All my neighbors struggled, my whole community. People have always struggled, and times have not gotten easier as time has moved on. Most of this city, if you can plan what your week is going to look like and have free time and have amenities and leisure planned in there, God bless you. But that's not the reality for a lot of people in our city that are struggling to get ahead. People are out there working, living paycheck to paycheck. That is the reality, and that's the desperation that's felt by so many of us out there. For myself, my way out was through a union apprenticeship that led me into a middle class career where I've been debt free and I've been able to build a life with working with my own hands. I became, as a union construction worker, a homeowner at the humble age of 25, which I never thought was possible, which I never thought I deserved. But my union gave me an opportunity to do that. And we create those opportunities for so many people in our city. I got to tell you, my first big job that I worked on as a local 79 apprentice, I ran into people that I went to high school with that I never thought I'd see again. And we were working side by side. One of them was a painter, another was a carpenter. And we'd be talking about our life goals and what we wanted to achieve now that we were making wages that we never thought were possible. And my dream came true. I had coworkers whose dreams were to just be able to buy nice school supplies for their kids. And a union job made that possible. That's the difference that an apprenticeship makes. And that's one side of it, but I also learned skills that I'm proud of. I can work with power tools, I can build scaffold, I can mix mortar, I can put up a wall, I can take down a wall. These are the skills that it takes to keep our city moving economically, that it takes to keep our city building. We build the skyline every day in and out, but we also build the rest of the city, our schools, our airports. And we want to build this casino too, because we need projects like the Caesars proposal to keep these opportunities flowing. If we don't have projects like that in the pipeline, then we can't provide opportunities through our apprenticeship programs, which are a lifeline for low-income communities of color. So please vote yes on this proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anthony Fodiatis. I'm the President Business Manager for Smart Local 137. We represent sheet metal workers, air, rail, and transportation workers here in the great state of New York and New Jersey. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the Caesars Palace Times Square Casino. Among all the proposed sites for gaming licenses, this one stands alone. It will generate brand new jobs, good paying union jobs that simply will not exist without this license. These new opportunities offer New Yorkers a real chance to join the middle class. And it's very important. It's securing stable, well-compensated union positions that pave the way to long-term financial security and upward mobility for these families. There's other proposed developments which will be built on empty lands of parcel and are likely to go forward eventually, with or without a gaming license, and they too should be built by union labor. But only Caesar Palace Times Square hinges on this gaming license for this project to become a reality. By approving this project, the city will gain union jobs that otherwise would not exist, not today, not tomorrow, and certainly not in the future without this license. It's a significant win for working men and women in our city that are striving to build better lives. We've been meeting with the Caesars Palace Times Square team for over 4 years. They understand the importance of labor, the construction trades, and have a proven work history working with unions and their dedication to delivering results that benefit all New Yorkers. They've earned my support and a wholeheartedly support of Smart Local 137. Thank you. I yield my time.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Francisco Zarte. I'm from Brooklyn, 11237, and I'm a proud New Yorker. I'm here in support of Caesar's Palace Times Square. I think this project is the best proposal will create thousands of union careers for New York City residents. I am a graduate of Local 79's apprenticeship program. I know that the union construction program will train workers to be safe at a construction site, and it will be the best for the area and the best possible type of responsible development that I would want in my city and my community. Growing up in New York City, there weren't always opportunities for good jobs. The apprenticeship program allowed me to become a highly skilled construction laborer, work in a trade using my hands, and find a middle-class career, all without going into debt. These are the types of life-changing opportunities that Caesars Times Square will create for New Yorkers like me. The Caesars project is a win for the working men and women of the city. Let's get it done. I yield my time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Donato D'Augusto, from the area of 11215. I was born and raised in New York and a proud Local 79 member. I'm here to show my support on the Caesars Palace Times Square project. As a graduate of the Local 79 apprenticeship program, all I can say is that it's life-changing for those that have little to no options. It gives individuals like myself a sense of pride and purpose to get out of bed in the morning and a feeling of safety on the job due to my training. It gives me a fighting chance to afford to stay in New York where many couldn't and had to look elsewhere. I say all this because projects like this also give me the means to accomplish these obstacles and objectives. But before me, my brother and my sisters. The projects like this give many the means to support families and a taste of the finer things life has to offer. This will create many jobs for construction workers and future employees in and out of Caesars Palace. It will also be another reason to visit the Big Apple alongside the many tourist attractions the great city has to offer, thus bringing more cash flow to the city, hopefully through restaurants, cabs, MTA, hotels, and many more. This project's a win-win for New Yorkers and a way to better New York as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before moving on, is there anyone had a number under 25 who did not speak? I think we have one here. Okay, can you come to the mic, please? And then what we're going to do next is 26 to 30 should line up at this microphone, please. And then again, we ask if you have spoken, we do need to make room for other people that are waiting in the lobby. And then we'll do 30 to 35 on this side too, please. Thank you. So we just need this mic to be on the left side here, or house right.
Hello, I'm Loretta Halter, and my zip code 10036. I have a great deal of confidence in our representatives on the state level, national level, and local level. And I want all of you to use due diligence to make the right decision. I'm a vulnerable senior citizen on limited income. I love to go to Broadway. I can only go to Broadway with Rush or some type of discounted assistance. I don't want empty promises. I don't want huge amounts of congestion of people who are drunk and unruly in Times Square, in addition to the citizens that live here. We get bruised when people aren't responsible. We need to understand that Caesars gets the vast majority of profit from gambling. Making it legal doesn't dismiss the motivation of that the money they want to give to the community with guarantees comes from so many people that perhaps cannot afford to lose that money. It's gambling. Let's not forget who and what we're dealing with. If it's responsible gambling and the community is looked out for and we're not dismissed and trod upon, I'm completely in agreement. And I trust that you will make the right decision. It's like a friend of mine explained, half the people are for, half are against. And I can be for or against it, but I depend on you and your smartness and your compassion to do what's best for us, as you always do. Thank you very much.
You're gonna move over here. Go ahead. Oh, 1 second. Try again. It was before. I'm sorry.
Good morning. My name is Larry Brannon. I'm a local 79 union member. My zip code is 125, 139. That's on the west side, and that's up by the polo grounds. I've been in the union for 25 years, now a little longer. They gave me an opportunity to develop my skills. I didn't even know what a screwdriver was. I was very undereducated, and I taught myself. With the union and SNL and Rock Nation, what they're offering us is opportunity to keep us working. Without us working, keeping us middle class, it's not going to get you rich, but it's going to give you opportunity to carry on with your life and do things. I don't know if any one of y'all ever been into the housing development. It's just very sad. And what they're offering is a lot of things that the kids and parents need to help. And I believe in them. And y'all got to make a decision. I don't know if y'all ever been in nature. It's been to make you cry. And my life is to help other people. And if y'all give other people a chance, because this will open up a lot of doors for a lot of people. Everybody don't have a silver spoon. We work very hard to get where we at. Y'all got to make a decision. I don't know if y'all know what the life is like that. Having nothing, and they offering us opportunity. Us all giving them. And you giving us union jobs and helping us, that's the right thing to do. Because I don't really think y'all understand. And I'm a Vietnam veteran. And I know how it is. And they're offering a lot. And them opportunities don't come very often. You don't know what it is to have these organizations help people. Everybody do not have a silver spoon. And my life is dedicated to helping people. With your union jobs, it give you opportunity to be who you want to be. And I hope you all reconsider this. I'm telling you dearly out my heart. We need these jobs. And plus opportunity for small businesses. Small businesses is the crux of our life. This is a new generation. I'm a dinosaur, and I have a hard time keeping up. And I don't speak very much, but I'm telling y'all from my heart, and I want y'all to look at the vision. If y'all ever go out to these communities, it'll make you cry. And what they're offering, then we need it in New York City. And right in Times Square, we can look forward to having jobs. I can go there. I can do this. Maybe they give me an opportunity. I can sweep a floor, mop a bathroom, and turn into a manager. We ain't got to be big, work our way up. Y'all got to believe in something. Everybody do not have a silver
We're at
spoon, and
time,
we
sir.
need these jobs.
Thank you. Okay, let's try again over here.
Okay, let's see. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for listening. My name is Israel Rodriguez. I'm a Queens resident, 11421. I'm also a proud member of Local 79, and I'm here to voice my support for the new for the new Caesars Palace Casino. I'm sure that this project will bring in millions of dollars in revenue. I've seen the slow recovery that our city has had after the pandemic, uh, businesses shutting down. So this project will be a great opportunity to bring in the much needed revenue for our local businesses, restaurants, theaters, hotels, and shops. Um, we all know New York City is it's the center of the world, and having a Caesar's Palace in New York City will just highlight and make it even brighter. Thank you, guys.
Danny Whitman, Executive Director of Broadway Cares Equity Fights AIDS 10036. Broadway is one of the main reasons that people visit New York City. Last year, Broadway added 15 billion to the New York City economy. Do you want to be responsible for messing that up? A casino will add to the unbearable congestion and make our neighborhoods less safe, less livable, less friendly to those who live, work, and visit here. Because of the current political climate in Washington, tourism that feeds Broadway is once again down. Please don't give tourists one more reason not to come to New York City and see a Broadway show. As the executive director of Broadway Cares, I want you to know that when you hurt Broadway, you strangle the life-saving impact of Broadway Cares. Because of generous Broadway audiences, Broadway Cares has provided $320 million to food pantries, meal delivery organizations, health centers and mental health centers, and LGBTQ plus organizations, 114 of them right here in New York City, including Covenant House, Encore Community Services, God's Love We Deliver, Hetrick Martin Institute, Ali Forney Center, SAGE, and the Entertainment Community Fund. Member Botcher and Mr. Wilson. That's 40 nonprofit organizations in your district. And Mr. Hatch, that's 137 throughout New York State. The casino will hurt Broadway and your constituents who rely on Broadway Cares for a healthy meal, an HIV test, crisis counseling, a place to sleep when they have no home, a doctor visit. Are you prepared to give up those things? Then please don't ask millions of New Yorkers to do so. Thank you.
My name is Erica Martin. I'm a resident of Hell's Kitchen 10036. I work here. I'm a community member and a mom of 2 children who attend PS 51 in Hell's Kitchen. PS 51 is unique because in addition to its traditional schooling, it houses special needs children who are also receiving an education. We need the funding that will flow from the casino as monies are being threatened to be cut from schools by the federal government. I am a New York City native and have worked and gone to public school in New York City since kindergarten. I lived in Queens, not too far from the casino that was built there. And what I noticed when that was created was an influx of jobs and an increase in the value of homes in the area that are predominantly owned by people of color. I have a niece who is a principal role in Audra's Gypsy on Broadway. I'm extremely engulfed in this community. People coming to see Broadway are not going to be deterred from seeing a show by the casino, but it will add entertainment for people who want to have fun after the shows. I've watched Times Square go from a red light district to a hub for entertainment since I've lived here. Times Square has changed a bit since COVID, and adding security and more jobs will put it back in a safe place. I am for the Caesars bid. I was ecstatic to learn today that the bid has partnered with local theaters, including the Black Spectrum Theater in Jamaica, Queens, a place I grew up in, took classes in, and performed on that stage. I used to work at 1515 Broadway as an employee at Viacom. Not only is it a beautiful place, but as an employee there, we would leave every day to go shopping and enjoy lunch at all the restaurants in the area. 1515 is the perfect location and footprint for this place. As a mother in this community, I've seen an influx of humans without homes and jobs. This opportunity would not only create jobs, but security and cleaner streets in the area, which is greatly needed. There are many parents of kids in my children's schools that have been desperately looking for jobs and have been affected by the exponential job losses that occurred in this area post-COVID. Walking past that vacant space on 11th Avenue between 40th and 41st is sickening as I watch our unhoused lay on the street in front of that vacant hole. Building an entire new space makes no sense when we desperately can use that space for housing and a middle school for our children on the west side of Manhattan. Using 1515 Broadway won't take away from housing, space for schools, and since the building already exists, it allows for people in
Thank
the
you. You're
area
at
to
time.
begin working in the near future. I live here, I know, shop here, work here, and I go to Broadway shows here.
Again, we're at time. Thank you.
This is my community, and I look forward to
Thank you.
Hello there, I'm Kevin McInerney, 10036. I'm a resident of 40 years at 45th and 8th Avenue, and I'm a union member, been a union member for 45 years, and my membership is a part of IATSE, ATPEV, the Association of Theatrical Press Agents and Managers. And I am 100% against the casino in Times Square. I'm not against casinos elsewhere. The area is overcrowded now and everything else. And those union members who are builders, do you know that this is the project that's going to have the less work for you because it's already built. They just have to do some renovations for the hotels. So another
So let's
casino will give
address
you
the
more
committee,
weight.
Please, just address the committee,
Oh,
please.
sorry. Thank you. And 100%. Also, it's only one block. You talk about residents. It's one block from me. And across the street, the city has approved a hotel that's going to have a drop of an amusement ride that's dropping people 300 feet. And on that, it was passed as an amenity. So we have enough major stuff here, which is taken away from the residents. And also Caesars has not reached out to the residents at all. And also my speech was written there, but I'm giving it for free because I don't have Wi-Fi in here. But many of the speakers here were given their speeches by Caesar. Who knew about the second floor and stuff like that? So I'm recommending 100%, please save the residents and the community. You're still going to get the money, but also when they build the hotel, they're taking away all the thousands of people who are working in there that do support local residents. I'm for supporting all the local establishments, and they should really not have any restaurant in their building or shops and let the locals survive. Thank you.
Michael Portantier, 10036. First of all, I want to say the fact that this meeting was held on relatively very short notice and nowhere near Times Square and on a weekday during what's working hours for many people, I think that's very questionable. And then also on top of that, if it is true that people have been that negative people with negative opinions have been kept out, that's really despicable. There are there are many ideas where there are good arguments on both sides, but this one, to put a casino in Times Square, seems absolutely insane to me, and an accident waiting to happen. As it happens, I worked at 1515 Broadway twice, once in the late 70s and then about 10 years later. So I know how incredibly congested Times Square is with foot traffic already. We're talking about adding thousands of people to that. I realize the idea is to keep them in the casino, but they still have to get there. And as for public transportation, anyone who's ever tried to get on or off a train at Times Square during the day, it doesn't need me to tell them how incredibly congested it is. I have so many things to say, but so little time. I will say I'm a lifelong union member and supporter. But that said, it seems to me that all of this pro-union talk is a total waste of time because, guys, those jobs will still be there if the casino is elsewhere. I am one of the people who I am not against the casino. I am against the casino in Times Square. It's a horrible accident waiting to happen. And I'm surprised, very surprised, that all these companies that support it have decided that this is the best place for it when there are so many better options. I would urge you to look at other options and really just give up this idea, which is an accident waiting to happen.
All right, we're going to move over here.
Union 306, 10019. I also am not against progress. However, I am for human dignity and grace in favor of those things. And right now, I live in Hell's Kitchen and have for 20 years. 20 years ago, we thought it was bad. It's nothing. It was peaceful. It was delightful. Right now, we are suffering. I saw the diagram of what Caesars wants to build. And then I heard about a garage the Caesars wants to put up, I think at 52nd and 2nd. That's in the middle of where we live. There is no human dignity anymore where we live. Nobody cares. I was at the 45th Street police station yesterday morning at 7 a.m. I had called 311. We are now a parking lot on 50th Street, overnight parking lot. People come there to sleep in their cabins, in their semi-trailers. 311, nothing happened. I went to the police station and reported it because we have no peace. They talk about tinnitus. Well, we have noise night and day, night and day. Now, the one thing I'm going to bring up is I live near 9th Avenue, where we have food delivery. And these trucks come, they're refrigerated in the summer, they are heated in the winter. The drivers come, they have to unload food. Now, if we're going to have that Caesar's Palace over there, how's the food going to get in? Trucks again. Everything is trucked in. What's going to happen to the MTA? What is going to happen, which has not already happened to our quality of life? Please think it over. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Mike Vader, 1001. I'm here to support Caesar's Palace Times Square. The only way to develop this site is by giving it a gaming license. By doing so, we can create thousands of good paying union jobs that wouldn't exist without this project. This proposal site is an existing office building in a commercial district, so it won't take up vacant land that could be used for new homes. As we face a housing crisis across the city, Caesar's Palace Times Square will not displace critical housing. Opportunities will be jammed with existing residential neighborhoods. By saying yes to Caesar's Palace Times Square, the city will gain middle-class union jobs for hardworking New Yorkers. This project will bring over 3,000 new union construction jobs and 3,800 permanent union jobs. That's a win for the working men and women of this city. We have met with the team behind Caesar's Palace Times Square for over 4 years, and they understand the importance of careers in union labor through the construction trades. They have a history of working with labor, and they are using this project to create a win for all New Yorkers. This is why they have earned our support, and I thank you for your time.
that. I'm Lauren Reed, 10019. I strongly oppose a casino in Times Square. Times Square is not just a destination, it is a neighborhood. And I would argue it's a cultural heartbeat of New York City. 71% of Midtown residents oppose this casino location. 71% of residents. Safeguard, please, this unique cultural significance. Promises made are not promises delivered. It is intellectually dishonest to suggest that a casino is going to move people outside and not keep them at the tables. Let's not buy into that. Please, shows will close. 100,000 jobs are at stake. Restaurants will shutter. We are on the precipice of a disaster for Broadway and for New York City, and a community and an industry that sells more tickets than all of the sports teams combined in New York. Please don't be bought by the casino.
Good morning. Brett Thomason, 10021. I'm the political director for Steamfitters Local 638. Our union represents approximately 9,000 hardworking men and women in New York City and Long Island. And we are in support of this project. We have, for years, our leadership has been meeting with the folks at Caesars to ensure that this is going to be a high road union-built project. The reality, unfortunately, in New York City right now is that we have construction site after construction site all over our city being built non-union with low-wage workers gaining no benefits. So the importance of having a project like this sustains a union, it sustains our union membership, and it allows us to recruit the next generation into our apprenticeship program so that we can continue to build the middle class in New York City. Thank you.
Peace. How are y'all doing? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't. Yes, I did. Well, my name is Leonard McKelvey, commonly known as Charlemagne the God. How y'all doing out there? Yes. It's a privilege and honor to be here talking to you today. I just want to say a few words and let you know that I've known Rock Nation for a long time. I know from working and being a part of the United Justice Coalition and the work Rock Nation has done in this city with job fairs and in the criminal justice space, that they have a deep belief in giving back. It's not just about business, it's about building community, it's about standing up for people and making a real difference. Through this process, I've also seen Caesars and SL Green out in the community. I believe their commitment is real. They're not just giving lip service. Caesars and SL Green and Rock Nation have had real conversations in the community. I've been a part of them. They're making real commitments with MOUs and investing in the long-term health of this city. If you know anything about me, then you know one of my passions is making sure our communities are mentally healthy. And the Rock Nation, Caesars, SL Green Coalition is committed to outreach with mental health services through their partnership with Breaking Ground. Caesars has committed to a monthly job fair with free training for jobs for the Broadway community when individuals are in between productions. That's a real investment in the now and future of our communities. And then there's the partnership with Wendell Pierce to create the New York Coalition of Legacy Theaters, a color fund. I had the chance to speak with Wendell about it recently on my radio show, The Breakfast Club, and it was very inspiring. Okay, this fund will support historic institutions. They have the opportunity to receive the support they deserve to continue their work, expand their reach, and preserve powerful legacies. That's just a few points, not to mention the increased security, cleaner streets for the whole neighborhood, more customers for surrounding businesses. I believe Caesars Times Square will bring the changes the area needs. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we move on, just to address some of the access issues, the committee has asked that the Gaming Commission look into the access complaints that we've heard. We understand the front door is being run by the Scandinavia House. We are, and insist they're letting folks in the order. We are going to continue on a first come, first served basis, and we insist at the committee that everybody will be heard who is here to speak today. Okay? Now, for us to move up, let's keep going. We're going to go 36 to 40 over here, please, and then 41 to 45 over here. And again, we have a lot of folks outside, so if you have testified already, we kindly ask
that you exit the auditorium to make room for folks who can come in and sit, who have been waiting for a long time. Okay? What's okay, thank you, but we're not, nobody else is doing that, so. All right, we'd like to keep going, please. So if we could move on to number 36. Yes, so the folks will be let in. Yes, that is, there are staff working the door to let folks in, but we have to keep moving as well as people are exiting. Number 36, please.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kohler, and I'm the political director of the Mason Tenders District Council, proudly representing 15,000 hardworking women and men of the laborers union who build New York City every day. I just wanted to be known I've prepared my own remarks, and I'm speaking from my heart. I strongly support the proposed Caesars SL Green Rock Nation gaming venture for Times Square. This project will create a vibrant new world-class entertainment complex in one of the world's most recognizable tourist destinations. Benefits to the community include enhanced safety, middle-class careers during and post-construction estimated to create 3,000 jobs for New Yorkers, childcare for Broadway employees, street beautification, economic growth for the surrounding small businesses, hotels, restaurants, and more. My office is a few blocks from Times Square, and to be honest, I avoid the area unless absolutely necessary. The enhancements that will be generated by the Caesars project will entice me and other like-minded New Yorkers to look again at Times Square as a place to go for dinner or entertainment. This proposal retrofits an existing structure and therefore does not take up land that could and should be used for much-needed housing. Caesars Times Square will blend seamlessly with Broadway's Theater District and in fact will provide a state-of-the-art permanent home for the beloved Lion King. Using union labor will ensure the project will be done on time and on budget, limiting disruption to the surrounding residents and businesses. No bidder has spent as much time seeking and responding to the community input as Caesars SL Green Rock Nation team has. As a result, the community benefits being offered intentionally address the needs of residents and businesses alike. I urge the CAC to approve this proposal, a win-win-win for New York City. And if I may, with respect to my union brothers and sisters at IATSE, I think declining tourism to New York, estimated to be down 6% or roughly $4 billion, is more of an existential threat to Broadway than a new gaming venture. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And folks coming in, please feel free to come in and take seats. There's plenty of seats up here. So please fill in and take seats as you come in, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you to the committee. My name is Robert Ketty. I'm a partner in LDV Hospitality, which is a restaurant group that has owned and operated restaurants in New York City for 20 years. We have Scarpetta Restaurant and many other concepts throughout the city. I'm here today to enthusiastically support the Caesars Palace Times Square project. It is the clear choice for gaming entertainment destination here in the city. The project, as an adaptive reuse, is located in the heart of Times Square, which is the entertainment capital of the world. Times Square is the only location where this casino will blend seamlessly with the established neighborhood, which again is an entertainment district like no other. Times Square is the only location with an existing infrastructure to handle this new form of entertainment. Unlike the other proposals, Caesars will not displace critical housing or jam existent and vibrant residential neighborhoods. The team behind this project has spent the last 4 years meeting with the community, incorporating feedback, and has put this into the comprehensive proposal that will be before you. This proposal will drive new tourism and economic activity to local businesses, not only its own businesses, but local businesses, which I think is important. There's a significant investment in the local community to improve quality of life, to improve sanitation, and to improve beautification, all of which are important not only to the city, but specifically to this district. More importantly, they're making the most comprehensive private safety and security investment in the history of Times Square to Times Square and the surrounding communities. Because of this unique approach, which attempts to be more inclusive into the community and to assist the community, the Caesars Palace project has the support of over 200 local businesses and community groups. Our local business is one that also supports this. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Len Capicato. I'm a lifelong New Yorker and a resident of 11365, and I'm a proud member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union Number 3. I'm here today to express our strong support for Caesars Palace Times Square's proposal. From where we stand in labor, this is a truly unique opportunity. For all the potential locations being considered for a gaming license, this is the only one project that guarantees our members' future. This project will bring over 3,000 new construction jobs and 3,800 permanent union jobs. These are good paying jobs with benefits that simply won't happen without this license. We've seen the evolution of Times Square go from adult theaters and peep shows into a diverse global entertainment destination. And this project continues that prosperity and progress. It will create a new economic hub, boosting tourism and benefiting all local businesses, Broadway, and restaurants. The evolution of 1550, renovation of 1550 Broadway is a brilliant idea that won't disrupt local residents. This is already a 24-hour destination. From its history as the Hotel Astor to MTV's TRL Studios, it proves it can attract thousands of people without issue. While other sites are being considered, the only way this particular location becomes a source of good union jobs is by granting it a gaming license. When you say yes to Caesars Palace, you are saying yes to thousands of quality union jobs for the working men and women of New York. We at Local 3 have been meeting with Caesars team for over 4 years. They understand the value of labor, having a history of working with us, and have earned our support. We believe they've earned yours as well. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Michael Grunner, 11365. I'm a proud Local 3 IBEW member, and I'm here in support of Caesar Palace Times Square. Having personally met with the team behind Caesars Palace Times Square Casino project for multiple years now and reviewing their good history of working with labor union, it is clear they understand the importance and impact union careers provide for the workers and their family members, especially when it comes to the construction trades. They have earned my confidence 100%. Awarding this site with the gaming license instantly creates 3,000 new construction union jobs for the hardworking men and women of New York City, along with 3,800 permanent union jobs at Caesars Palace Times Square. This is a win for the dwindling middle class and hardworking men and women, which is ultimately a big win for the city. The approval of Caesars Palace not only creates thousands of union jobs, but it also creates opportunity, an opportunity that will be lost if you go with one of the other proposed sites. This opportunity is housing. Every other proposed site sits on empty plots of land. By putting a casino on these empty plots of land, you are taking away what could be developed as housing. Not only does putting the casino in a residential area cause rents to rise, it eventually causes gentrification in said neighborhood, displacing even more New Yorkers. So Times Square being a Times Square being commercially zoned and already existing footprint building just makes sense to have the casino there. Thank you.
What's the number? No, no, no.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're just waiting. Okay, so what's the next number here, please? All right, that should be.
How you doing? My
And
name
just
is Eli
sorry,
Perry, and
before
I'm
you begin, just
oh,
as a reminder for folks coming in, we are asking when you testify to please give us your name and your zip code, okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Eli Perry, 11412. My name is Eli Perry, and I'm a New York City resident. I'm here in support of Caesar's Palace Town Square. I think that the project is the best proposal and will create thousands of union career for New York City residents. I'm a graduate of New York City of Local 79 apprenticeship program. I know that a union construction project with trained workers is a safe construction site for the area and the best possible type of responsible development that I would want in my city and community. Growing up in New York City, there weren't always opportunities for good jobs. The apprenticeship program has allowed me to become a highly skilled construction laborer, working in a trade using my hands and to find middle class career. These are the type of life-changing opportunities that Caesar Palace will create for New York. Caesar Palace, let's get it done.
Hi, my name is Caroline Hirsch and zip code 117. I opened Caroline's, the comedy club on Broadway in Times Square in 1992, where it thrived for 30 years. In that time, the comedy's biggest names in comedy performed at my club, including Jerry Seinfeld, Billy Crystal, Joy Behar, Robert Williams, and others. There is no one in New York City who knows and understands the dynamics of Times Square and how it works more than me. And I'm confident that Caesar's Palace, Times Square, is exactly what the neighborhood needs. I came to Times Square in the early 90s. I opened Caroline's in a bankrupt building on 49th Street and Broadway, surrounded by scaffolding in an area that was trying to get on its feet. And then David Letterman came to the Ed Sullivan Theater, just north of Caroline's at that time in 93. Then I brought Ruby Foos to the space right above Caroline's. All these things contributed, changing in Times Square in the 90s. Times Square is the only location where a casino will blend seamlessly into the established identity and character of the neighborhood. A neighborhood filled with theaters, music halls, and countless other entertainment activities that rely on big audience and new visitors. Unlike other proposals, Caesar's Palace, Times Square will not displace critical housing opportunities for our city or be jammed with existing and vibrant residential neighborhoods. The team behind Caesar's Palace, Times Square, has spent the last 4 years meeting with the community and incorporating the feedback they received into a comprehensive proposal that drives new tourism and economic activity to local businesses, including the performing arts, theaters, and live venues. It invests in local community and economy to improve quality of life through sanitation and beautification programs and workforce development and retaining programs. And most importantly, it will make the most comprehensive private safety and security investment in the history of Times Square and its surrounding communities, something our local government is not doing right now. Because of their unique approach, Caesar's Palace, Times Square has the support of over 200 local businesses and community groups. And they have earned the support of groups like Actors Equity and Local 802, the artists who make the magic on Broadway. Caesar's Palace, Times Square is going to allow local business to thrive. Live entertainment venues like the one I ran in Times Square for 30 years. This is crucial. This is a crucial moment of opportunity for a neighborhood that I love. We cannot allow it to pass by us. The project will be a game changer for the look and feel of Times Square. It will bring new
Thank
vitality.
you. We're at time.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy Irwin. 11378 is my zip. Proud New Yorker. Now, I'm in the construction business. Very good families. But I'll talk about why I support Caesar's Palace's plan. Brings jobs. It's going to bring jobs, jobs, jobs. That's what all New Yorkers always want, jobs. So that's what it's going to bring, good paying jobs. 4,000 permanent union jobs, 3,000 union construction jobs. So, like, if everybody looks up and down Times Square and surrounding area, what do you see? You see a lot of empty stores, a lot of emptiness. This development will bring that back. These stores will be filled back up with the Caesar's Palace development. So I support it, and that's my choice. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anthony Garcia, zip code 10472. I'm here to show my support for Caesar's Palace Times Square. In all fairness, if you can support Broadway workers and dismiss the rest of us, you can't really say you support union workers. Local 79 and other construction trades play a major role in building this city. We deserve the right to coexist and thrive in a struggling city, especially since most of us are from some of the most dangerous and impoverished neighborhoods in New York. There is no worse congestion than what is currently taking place in the Bronx. Also, Times Square is known around the world for tourism and congestion, i.e. New Year's Eve. We need this project to create careers and opportunities so that union workers can afford to live in the city in which we work and reside. Thousands of jobs are at stake. I support the Caesars team for always working with and recognizing union labor. Thank you.
So if we could have 45 to 50 over here, please, and then 51 to 55 on this side. And folks, when you come up to the microphone, please be prepared to show your card, your number card, so that we're keeping track of where we are and making sure everyone's going in order, okay? There are 45 or 46. 45 and 46 are over here. And then 50 through 50, sorry. 51 through 55 are over here. Okay, I think we'll go with who's present.
Hello, my name is Rishi Chatu, zip code 10017. My parents grew up, I grew up in New York City. My parents lived on 47th Street and 7th Avenue. I've seen Times Square change from what it was in the 80s to where it is today, which is so much better. And I clearly support the Caesars Palace Times Square project. This investment in safety, security, and transportation will make Times Square safer for our families. The developer has made commitments to millions in direct public investment for safety, security improvements, public space improvements, after-school programs, senior support, community health programs, public bathrooms, and sanitation for the neighborhood. Coming home late at night, knowing that the streets will be safer is a big deal. Let's not forget the best crime fighting tool to keep people off the streets is a good job with family sustaining wages and benefits, like union jobs. Opportunities like this project will help create union construction projects that are built safely and efficiently. This is what responsible development looks like. This is why I support the Caesars Palace Times Square. Thank you, guys.
Hello, my name is Eric Branch, 11412. I'm here to support the Caesar Palace Times Square. I'm looking forward to coming to Times Square and showing my family an iconic building built and run by the best trained union workers. We need to support the project because it creates union career and provide high level health insurance for us and the retirees. Sometimes saving the New York City workers. Having union wages and health benefits means that I can actually afford groceries and doctors when I am sick. This project can boost your wages and quality of life for workers in all over the 5 boroughs. Thousands of good jobs are at stake. I'm here to support Caesar's Palace. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Billy King. I'm the recording secretary for Laborers Local 79, and I also represent our members working in Times Square and Midtown as their business agent. I am here to voice my support for the Caesars Palace proposal. The simple fact is there will be a gaming license awarded to New York City, and this is the proposal that makes the most sense. Every day I see Times Square in New York City slowly recovering from the pandemic. People are coming back into their offices, retail spaces are reopening, and this project will continue that. They are talking 4,000 permanent union careers, not jobs, careers, and over 3,000 union construction jobs, many of which will go to my members who overwhelmingly live and spend their money in New York City. This project will also bring billions in local revenue to local theaters, restaurants, hotels, and shops around Broadway. New York City is not Las Vegas. Caesars will be one stop on a long list of places that everybody goes to visit and spend their money. Local businesses will directly benefit from the Caesars Rewards Point Exchange program, and everybody will thrive. Okay, please, the Caesars Palace project, we're going to keep the lights shining on Broadway. It's going to be a win-win for everybody, and I wholly support it. Thank you.
Give her your number. Your number. Can you just give her your number, please?
51. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kayla Mitchell, zip code 11226. I am a third generation New Yorker, born and raised. My family's been here since the 1940s. This city has been one that I've lived in for all 28 years of my life. I've moved 13 times, consistently priced out of the apartments that I've lived in, 4 times in the last 5 years alone. This occurs because of gentrification, because of the impact of these large businesses deciding to invest when it suits them for their fiscal gain and not when it helps us, the people who are here. My high school was in Long Island City, right off of Queensboro Plaza. Apartments there now cost at least $1.3 million. When I attended school there 10 years ago, we could not afford paper. So instead of investing in these businesses that are only going to price out the people who are here, the people who are already struggling to be here as it is, why not invest in things like public service, public works, our schools, our libraries, our parks, things that are there for the people, not investing in opportunities that are going to bring outside people into here. Because right now, what this sounds like is a business venture to get other people joyous experiences. What am I going to do at a casino? What are my friends and family going to do at a casino? I already, as it is, work on Times Square and with the Schubert organization. I go every day into work, and constantly I'm looked at by tourists and other people who are coming to the city to spend their money as if I shouldn't be there, as if I'm a detriment to being there. And I think a lot of people in this room probably who look like me, who look anything like my family, have felt that as well. And I think you have to consider, with a big business like that coming in, what you're proposing is allowing more people who are already afraid to come to the city because of us already just being here, and giving them a space to feel safe while keeping us out of it. That is my time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rob Taberzi, and my zip code's 11225. I am in support of the Caesar Palace Times Square proposal. This proposal will be a great addition to the center of our city and our main entertainment district. I recently lived in Hell's Kitchen and currently work near Penn Station. I always have appreciated having all that Times Square offers within walking distance. I believe the Coalition for a Better Times Square is committed to positively impacting the neighborhood and the entire city. This project will bring billions in revenues to theaters, restaurants, hotels, and shops around Broadway. The developer has also made commitments to millions in direct investment in public space improvements, after-school programs, community health programs, public bathrooms, and sanitation for the neighborhood. Additionally, this is a project where labor stands to gain thousands of good paying jobs at this site that wouldn't exist without the license. This is also a convergent project, which means it can be built the most efficiently for the environment. The team behind Caesar Palace Times Square has met with us for over 4 years, and they understand the importance of labor in the community. They have earned my support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Una Adams, 11215. I'm here as the Director of Organizing for Labor's Local 79, but also as the mom of a daughter who loves to go to Broadway. She's a senior in high school, and she and her friends all love to go. And I gotta say, I have a little worry waiting until she texts that she's getting on the train, leaving Times Square after seeing a show. I am excited and proud to support this project, not just because of the wealth of union jobs and careers it's going to be facilitating, but also because it's going to be a vital and much needed improvement for our city and for Times Square. When I hear about additional security, when I hear about public bathrooms, these are the kinds of things that make that part of New York City accessible to us as New Yorkers who may want to be using it. I also have been a housing organizer for almost 20 years, and looking at a site for a casino, which is not going to remove the ability to build much needed units of affordable housing, is critical. This is the only project that can say this, and I urge you to give this project your license. Thank you.
So 50, anybody in the room that has a number lower than 55 who has not spoken? Okay, all right, so you're next, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fairlene Walton. I live in zip code 11233. Thank you for your 2 minutes, but I won't need that much time. I'm gonna say what I have to say and decrease. I support this Caesar's Palace Times Square project as a Local 79 member for 15 years. I also graduated from the Local 79 apprenticeship program. Construction union jobs improves lives and helps generations thrive. Most times I work at night, going home 1 or 2 a.m., sometimes near and around this projected project area. To know this project has had the foresight to include safety, amongst other things, is paramount. The job opportunities and enrichment of the proposed zone could very well bring inclusion for many individuals and businesses alike. I support this project moving forward. Thank you for listening. Vote yes.
56 through 60. So I will take numbers 56 through 60. If you could line up, maybe we do it over here. So 56 through 60, we can go here, please. And then 61 through 65 on this side. And again, folks, it is a full room. We have a lot of folks to get through. After you have testified, if we could kindly ask you to exit the auditorium so that we can make room for other folks in line outside. Thank you.
My name is Lorna Bruce, zip code 10026, and I'm a member of 764 Wardrobe Union, New York City. I love a casino. I love the slots. However, I really don't feel we should have a casino in Times Square. I feel that we should move it maybe to the East River somewhere to create another hub, okay? And I have to say something to some of the organizers here who gave out all the documentation. Brilliant. But to me, it's not sincere because everybody's reading the same thing, the same statistic, and that not speaking from the heart. And with all due respect to you and everybody in the room, I feel like Caesars coming here is like a colonizer coming in to suck the culture. Yes, the culture and leaving mayhem and disease. Because do you walk in Times Square? It's horrible right now for people who work there, who's somebody who just wants to bring their kids, native New Yorkers, to New York. We can't walk around, okay? I'm for a casino, but not in Times Square. Let's try and find another place because what will be left behind is a lot of problems. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can keep going.
Hello, my name is Joe Benincasa. I'm the president and CEO of the Entertainment Community Fund, formerly the Actors Fund. My zip code is 119. Uh, I am here to express the fund's opposition to a casino in Times Square. You know, for a long time, our board thought it best to remain neutral, but we have concluded that the impact of a casino in Times Square will harm Broadway and its related businesses. We believe it will harm the theatergoer's experience and make it difficult for those who perform on stage and who work behind the scenes. The fund is a human service organization. We were founded by an act of the New York State Legislature in 1882. That's 143 years ago. Our offices have always been in Times Square. The fund has witnessed a lot of change and weathered the ups and downs of people working on Broadway. We believe that a casino will not improve the quality of life in Times Square. We believe it will harm it. The focus of the world on Times Square is celebratory. It's about theater and the enrichment offered to audiences in every theater. A casino is a good idea, but not a good idea in Times Square. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Carl Norman Harris. I'm a union member for the Laborers Union as well. Just to sum up real quick, I'm from Brooklyn, New York, 11238. I got the chance to work in Toys R Us downtown Brooklyn, Albee Square Mall. As we all know, Toys R Us is shut down. Got to do seasonal for New York City Housing at one point in time. That's what helped me get into the union after a while to go through Construction Skills 2000. To fast forward, recently through the pandemic, I had a chance to work for Accessoride for 2 years during the pandemic. So with that opportunity, I got the chance to ride through all 5 boroughs. And while I did that, I noticed that a lot of stores, a lot of companies, a lot of businesses were shutting down. There was a lot of lots going on, especially out in Manhattan, of course. And as we all know, Times Square is like the Big Apple. Everybody knows about the Big Apple, no matter where you're from. So what I'm saying is that from my childhood, knowing how Times Square used to be, I think that the casino will make it lively again, especially for the fact that it's going to work with the companies and businesses within within that area. So I believe that it's going to be a real big benefit for everyone, not just for construction workers, but for people that's lost all these jobs, for these stores that shut down, and for these companies that's shutting down from all over the 5 boroughs. It gives everyone an opportunity to get a steady job, steady paycheck, steady living. Even myself, I'm still going through troubles, but it will help everyone. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Arziku Olienka Fenyo. My zip code is 10007. I'm enthusiastically in support of the Caesars Palace Times Square Casino. we've been hearing a lot of the similar statistics. You know, this is the center of the city. There's no other place this should be. This will actually be a boon for Broadway, small business owners. And this is something that will really kind of bring life back to Times Square, to the city at large. But it's about a lot more than that. It's about how this this project is going to invest in workforce and redevelopment programs, you know, job training, public safety, and really have a community focused aspect and really bring the community in. It's also about investing in the culture. There are plans for a civil rights monument, civil rights museum, and spotlighting local heroes and those who have really played such an important role in civil rights and social justice movements. It's about investing continually in the community and really allowing, maybe for the first time, for this to really be a project that is driven by the community. A lot of times, being a native New Yorker, we hear about, yeah, you know, you make it here or you can make it anywhere. But what happens is a lot of times they make it, but it's without us. But in talking with the team, with interacting with the team, this is a project that is really about New Yorkers, really about the city, and really about the city's growth. So I am, again, enthusiastically in support of this project, and I hope this license is awarded to this project. Thank you for consideration.
Okay. So what number are we at here? Okay, so we have 61 through 65 here. And then we'll do the next. And then while we're doing that, can 66 through 70 come to this microphone, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Williamson, and I'm a proud member of Local 79 and a member of the Executive Board of Local 79. We're the largest construction laborers union in the United States, and we proudly support this project. This project, first of all, we should even give the developer a round of applause. The reason why, there's no other developer, and I've been doing this job for over 20 years. There's no other developer have outlined all the necessary things that is important for any development, like this developer and their partners. We're talking about safety for the residents and for the people who are going to be coming into Times Square. We're talking about people there are going to have good union jobs, have career opportunities. I'm talking as an immigrant who came to this country 29 years ago. And I stand there proud because I'm in the financial capital of the world. And Times Square is the best place for us to have a casino. It brings all the various perspective to Times Square. And it's a greater opportunity. What better tool can we use than creating good jobs for people to fight crimes? Look around in our communities and see the crime that we are having. What better tool that when somebody leave their home, that they can have a good job, that they can put food on their tables, send the kids to college, have a roof over their heads by having good union jobs. This developer have outlined safety, the safety aspect. That's never happened before. We have after school programs. This is not about a lip service. It's not about people putting their money into their pockets, but the entire community is going to benefit. So we proudly support the Times Square Casino, and we urge everyone to support it too. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay.
My name is Robert. My name is Robert Bernat. Zip code I live in is 11229. Hey everybody, I'm a New York City resident. I'm also a member of Laborers Local 79. I'm here to show my support for Caesars Palace Times Square. Caesars Casino's proposal is common sense. Times Square is the entertainment center of New York City. People come here from all over the world. Adding a casino here will bring more people into the area to see shows and explore. This is already a commercial area, so it won't displace tenants or replace a potential housing site. Raising a family in New York City, as I know how much we need housing, the proposal site is an existing office building in a non-residential district, so it won't take up vacant land that would be used for new homes. I also feel confident in Caesar's Casino's responsible gaming program, with separate entrances for the theater, the hotel, and gaming, which will be located at the second floor. This project will make direct investments in Times Square, local community groups, and the surrounding area with needed safety and public space upgrades. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for supporting this exciting project.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Oken. I am the business representative for Theatrical Wardrobe Local 764 of the IATSE. And I'm here today with respect to my colleagues, union siblings that are in this room, to urge you to vote no on this proposal. We believe this is the wrong location for a casino. Times Square is home to Broadway, something that makes New York City what it is and has been there for hundreds of years. It is vital that these jobs remain protected for generations of audiences and generations of workers. There are good union jobs on Broadway that exist, and this proposal threatens them. I can tell you this because I was born and raised on Broadway. I am a second generation member of the IATSE, and I say that with huge, immense pride. These crews helped raise me and have taught me so much about life. We have to protect this industry because it helps bolster New York City as a whole. So I urge you today, I'm not going to use all my time because there are a lot of people here and they all deserve to be heard, but I urge you to seriously consider the location of this proposal and realize that it is the incorrect place. I hope that when you schedule the next hearing, you will also give some consideration to when Broadway workers are stuck at the theater without the ability to be here. I recognize that that was probably unintentional, but it's important that their voices be heard. So I urge you again, vote no on this proposal, support Broadway, its workers, and its legacy, because it is New York City. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Carlos Castano. I'm part of the Labor's Union. I'm here to give full support to the Caesar Casino, just because it's going to generate a lot of union jobs where people are going to be able to afford, groceries and high standard insurance, and it will put a lot of our members to work. Thank you.
So, okay, I think we're over here. We're at 66, right?
Right now. We're at
Okay,
66
so
right now.
we should have 66 through 70 over here, please, in line. And then we can do 71 through 75 at this microphone. And folks, so we're at number 75. There are seats if for those standing in the back, if you'd like to take them up here. Okay. And folks, again, we do kindly ask after you've testified if you can exit the auditorium so that we can continue to let folks in. Okay, let's proceed. Yep, real quick.
My name is Matt Goldman. My zip is 10003 down in NoHo. I'm a fourth generation New Yorker. And I am also the executive director of the Town Hall Foundation, the Town Hall Theater on 43rd Street between 6th and Broadway, has been there for 105 years. I'm also one of the co-founders of Blue Man Group, which had a show here in New York since 1991. And I am here to unequivocally support the Caesar's Palace bid to be in Times Square. And I support it as a New Yorker. I support it as a executive director of Town Hall, and I support it due to my experience having a theater show in Las Vegas for 25 years. When a casino partners with theatrical productions and restaurants, a rising tide carries all ships. And I can tell you that everything worked together in Las Vegas to bring up the restaurant business, to bring up the theatrical business, to bring up the gaming. And that's the exact opportunity that's here to happen in Times Square. And Times Square is perfectly suited to accommodate new types of tourism, new people coming to the city, keeping the people who like to game in the city, and having all businesses. It will only bring theater goers, ticket buyers to Town Hall and the rest of Broadway and all of the restaurants in the neighborhood. It's a great thing, and please approve this project.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeffrey Bank, 10018. I'm the CEO of the A La Carte Restaurant Group, as someone who owns restaurants in Times Square for over 35 years now, Carmine's, Virgil's, Mermaid, and Bar Mexicana. I also sit on the board of the Times Square Alliance and the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I feel I'm uniquely qualified because of that to understand and support the Times Square restaurants' needs. I also have restaurants in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. I truly understand a typical casino environment, and simply put, they never want you to leave the casino. However, this particular Caesars Casino flips that playbook. It'll drive business to local independent restaurants through its Caesars Reward program, providing a much needed boost to our economy. I've watched all the other casino presentations, and I believe they're all overselling their celebrity chef component. New York City has no shortage of celebrity chefs. What the other proposals are missing is what Caesars brings to the table: access to 65 million reward members, which Caesars is opening up to local mom and pop restaurants to provide a projected 14 million meals annually. The stats matter. I know you hear them repeatedly, but they do matter. For restaurants that have been struggling to survive in Times Square since the pandemic, Caesars is the only lifeline we're going to be getting. Over 200 local businesses have signed up to accept the Caesars Reward program. I'm always asked, how soon will this open? We need the help. The TV chefs are fine. The small independents are not. Local mom and pops need the support that the 65 million Caesars Reward program can bring. For that reason, I wholly support this project.
Anyone that has a number lower than 70 that has not spoken yet? Okay, let's proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Datz Romero, and I'm the Executive Director of the LAS Ecology Center. I'm here today to share our support for the Caesar Palace Times Square project. We support this project because of the considerations in regard to environmental impacts and sustainability. From an adaptive reuse of an existing building to choosing a location in an area that is accessible by public transportation and not infringing on possible public open space, this project demonstrates thoughtfulness from an environmental standpoint. Moreover, the Ecology Center is looking forward to collaborate with Caesar Palace to bring further environmental benefits to the community. We will have a chance to add street trees to the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood and engage the community in the care of these trees to provide opportunities for local residents to engage in stewardship of their shared public green space. Street trees contribute to cleaner air by removing small harmful particles that we all breathe. Their shade cools the neighborhood on hot summer days, which saves electricity and allows people to be more comfortable when they are outside. Additionally, street trees absorb stormwater during heavy rainfall. And lastly, trees provide habitat for local wildlife such as birds and offer a connection to nature in this densely developed neighborhood. The Ecology Center will also work to increase awareness about environmental issues by providing convenient drop-off locations for food scraps, which we turn into a natural fertilizer, compost. This compost will be used to amend street tree beds in the neighborhood, creating a circular, sustainable system. All of these activities demonstrate the commitment by Caesar Palace to sustainability in an urban setting. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Carter. My zip code is 10002. I'm also here on behalf of the Lower East Side Ecology Center to share our support of the Caesars Palace Times Square project. We support this project because it has been designed intentionally to reduce its impact on the environment and green space. By locating the casino in an existing building in the dense entertainment heart of New York City, they've ensured this project does not take up undeveloped green space. The decision to reuse a vacant building is consistent with core sustainability principles and shows a clear concern for environmental impact by the developers. This project is a great demonstration of the fact that development can be handled in a thoughtful way that does not compromise green spaces, allowing economic growth to live side by side with nature. Thank you.
Just before you begin, if 76 through 80 could form a line over at this microphone, please.
Hello, my name is Antonio Lopez. I live in 10002. I'm also speaking on behalf of the Lower East Side Ecology Center, an environmental nonprofit that would also benefit from this bid with Caesar's Palace. And the way that we're approaching it is an environmental aspect of this. Due to the fact that this is going to be at in Times Square, this space is going to be able to accommodate a lot of folks, but also be able to make sure that everybody's able to commute there through subway system. There's Amtrak, there's Port Authority nearby, there's Grand Central that can get a lot of folks to come in and not. The other locations are all kind of further away, so you would need to drive to get to these places. So what why we're supporting this is so people can be able to commute to this casino in a safe and public transportation. That's why we're in support for this bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vianne Cox. I live in New York City. I live in Hell's Kitchen for 42 years, and I am a Broadway actress. I have been lucky enough to have a great career as an actress. I have worked off Broadway and on Broadway in New York, in Times Square, in Hell's Kitchen, and I am a middle-class union worker. And I fear, I wasn't going to say this, but I fear we're pitting union against union, and I am a union woman from forever. Broadway is union. Broadway is union. Broadway creates hundreds of thousands of union jobs. I know what it's like to need my next job. And I am fearful, I am afraid of New York City losing its greatest, oldest asset. Broadway brings people from around the world to celebrate theater, to celebrate art. It is very different sitting in front of a slot machine than going to see The Lion King with your family. It is a community. Broadway is a community. A casino is not a community. And I am so afraid of the greatest thing that New York has had for 200 years. Broadway has existed. Casinos, no. Broadway, yes. Let's make Broadway bigger and better. It's had its best year this year in so long. I see it getting better for the world, not just New York, New Yorkers, people who live in the United States, people who live in the world, come here, Thousands of people come here already to see Broadway shows because there is only one Broadway in the world, one Broadway. We cannot take the risk of that diminishing because of a casino being built right in Times Square. Thank you.
My my name is Christine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christine.
77.
We have one more over here.
Hello, my name is Ralph McCain. I'm the chairman of the board for the Negro Ensemble Theater Company, 118. And I'm here in support of Caesar's Palace Times Square. Caesar's Palace Times Square has demonstrated a clear commitment to supporting everyone in the arts and live performance industry here in New York City. Within that commitment, it's clear that they have made an intentional choice to focus on supporting the workers and underrepresented communities within our industry that bring our stories to life. They have earned the endorsement of Actors Equity and Local 802, the actors and musicians on Broadway, and are providing long-fought benefits to this industry, including child care through Bright Horizons, student debt assistance through Tuition IO, medical debt and rental assistance through Health Equity, and they will host a monthly job fair exclusive to these workers to help them during the times in between shows. Caesar's Palace Times Square has also recognized and made an effort to support the diverse performances that are produced within New York City. Partnered with Wendell Pierce, the stage and silver screen actor, they will form the New York Coalition of Legacy Theaters to provide direct support and financing to our historic theaters and ensembles of color, as well as providing the same benefits Broadway's labor unions will receive. The Negro Ensemble Company, the Billie Holiday Theater, the New Heritage Theater Group, the Black Spectrum Theater, and the New Federal Theater have long told the stories of New York's diverse communities who have been underrepresented on New York stages due to a lack of consistent support and financing. Partnered with Wendell, Caesar's Palace Times Square will do their part to close the equity gap. This commitment is indicative of the project's overall commitment to diversity and inclusion. Not only will they have the most diverse ownership model for any casino in America, led by the investment of Sean Jay-Z Carter, they are allowing the community to invest alongside them through their community investment fund, and partnered with the Reverend Al Sharpton to help expand access to the fund so that all New Yorkers have the opportunity to join an unprecedented investment group and the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They have also committed to help fund a civil rights museum right here in Midtown to ensure the stories of our underrepresented communities are memorialized at all times of the day, as well as through our productions on stage. Because of their unique approach, Caesar's Palace Times Square has earned my support, as well as the support of the historic theaters which I represent. And I too urge you to support this project.
My name is Christine Gorman. I'm president of the West 55th Street Block Association in Hell's Kitchen. I'm a member of the Hell's Kitchen Neighborhood Coalition and a retired union member. I wanted to say, first off, I agree with Leanne that there is a narrative here of union people being pitted against each other by billionaires, and I resent it deeply. Now, my prepared remarks. I urge you to do your homework. A lot has happened since 2013 when voters approved offering licenses downstate. Gaming is now saturated. The industry is saturated. There aren't enough gamblers to sustain the organizations that are already there. Plus, we have many more opportunities on our phones, Lotto, elsewhere, to gamble. We don't need another casino. Having said that, I mean, I listened to one of the people who testified who said he was going to come to the city instead of going to Atlantic City to gamble. That shows the cannibalization that the casinos do. What we need is affordable housing. And if there isn't affordable housing in this proposal, I ask you, why isn't there? It can be done off-site. It doesn't have to be in Times Square, as we know, and Carl, I'm looking at you, has been done in Hell's Kitchen in other programs. We need better subway infrastructure. If you look at the regional plan, again, I ask you to do your homework, the Regional Plan Association of New York City, Times Square is one of the most overcrowded subway stations in the city. We need more infrastructure, more accessibility for ADA compliance. And I don't see anything about that and the strain it would cause. Have any of you been in Times Square? Yeah, I know I'm over
at-
time, but I've
thank
seen
you.
many people go over time in
We've-
favor.
We
and-
have,
okay.
we've been stopping folks, everybody at 2 minutes.
Okay, but Times Square at 11 o'clock at night is often very crowded.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandy Nance. I live in zip code 10036. I live in Hell's Kitchen. We in Hell's Kitchen are not blessed with one casino. We are blessed with two. And my answer is the same. No, not in my backyard. Casino developers have a destination fantasy. They imagine they will attract big time gamblers from Monaco or Las Vegas, and I wonder how they're going to profile for that. But New York City already has a destination fantasy, and it's called the theater. Theater is the economic engine of this city, and putting this engine at risk is reckless. If you want to gamble in the theater district, produce a play, produce a musical. Sorry. There are social costs to the community. I don't know that anyone has raised this. There is addiction. These are the truths: bankruptcies, loss of employment, homelessness, increased crime, money laundering, and money laundering is not a fiction. Money laundering, Wynn Resorts was caught money laundering and paid over 130 million in fines to the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of California. Not one person on this side of the podium asked for a casino. To my friends who support a casino in Hell's Kitchen because they believe it is inevitable, it is not inevitable. Promises of financial support made to the community are also not inevitable. Let's not forget the Barclays Center in Brooklyn and the promise of affordable housing never built. A casino anywhere in Manhattan is not inevitable. And I say, I'll leave you with a joke. So an old math teacher used to ask his students, who
we are at
paid
time.
for all the chandeliers at casinos? Answer, losers.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sonia Osorio. I work with the National Organization for Women here in New York City. Our zip code, our office is in the vicinity 10001. We have worked with a lot of survivors of prostitution over a number of years. We work with city government and service providers to ensure, particularly now that there is more prostitution happening in our city as a result of affordability, as a result of traffickers and promoters seeing the profit that they can make from people in prostitution as opposed to drugs. We work a lot with the NYPD. And one thing that goes together always are casinos and prostitution. That is my biggest concern with having a casino in Times Square. And memory serves us all. It is not going to take long for that memory to happen for everybody to know that prostitution is a place, it will happen in Times Square. It will become a de facto prostitution zone as it has been in the past. And what's different now is we have tens of thousands of new immigrants to our city who are desperate for work and others who are willing to exploit them. We have NYPD at this point already, the Pentrack in East New York, Hunts Point, that was the place where kids were always trafficked and prostituted, back online. You've seen the New York Post and on your television sets what's happened in Roosevelt Avenue. That will happen in Times Square. NYPD now is doing sting operations. We can't keep up with the demand. This will only increase the demand. So I urge you to vote no for a project here in Times Square of a casino. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Mark Jennings. I'm the Executive Director of Project Find, and I represent the thousands of people who come to our older adult centers in 136 and the 300 residents of the Woodstock Hotel. I'm very conflicted by this proposal because personally, I would never go against Al Sharpton, never go against Jay-Z, Rock Nation, never. Never. And I'm not here for myself. I'm here for the gentleman back there with Mr. Johnny Walker. There you are. And I'm here for the residents of Times Square. And you all have a difficult decision to make in hearing this kind of room, because you have to sift out the people, the real community versus the paid community that's here. And I just want to leave with a little bit of a quote from Mike Hellstrom, Vice President and Regional Manager of Local 79, talking about another project. Said, you're going to build affordable housing next to casinos, schools next to casinos. I don't know about you, but I don't want my sons and daughters going to school next to a casino. Mike Hellstrom, Vice President and supporter of the casinos, Regional Manager of Local 79. I just want people to think for themselves. I want people to see and hear the community. This is David and Goliath. And many people are conflicted. And I just want to say thank you for the work that you're going to do. Really listen, really hear, and really be about the community. Thank you.
Okay, folks, thank you all very much for who has testified so far. We're going to take a 15-minute pause here, and then we will reconvene. If you number 70 and up will be let back into the auditorium in order to keep the space moving. I would urge people though not to go very far. We're just going to take the committee just needs to take a quick break. Okay, so we're going to.
Also remember, if you've already spoken, please leave the auditorium. There are people that are waiting to get in and we are at capacity. So please, if you have already spoken, please leave the auditorium and allow others to come in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we'll resume in 15 minutes.
It's on my text message. There is an individual.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get ready to proceed. So before we begin, a reminder that each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. We're going to resume in just a second. Before we start, could you raise your hand if you have already testified in here? Really? Okay, well, seriously, we do have a lot of folks that are waiting to come in. We understand that there's a high volume and a lot of people want to speak, and we do have a small room. So again, after you testify, it is very helpful to the committee if you exit the auditorium to make space for other folks to come in. So we're gonna proceed with number 81 to 85 over here at the House left microphone, and then 86 to 90 on the House right. And once folks are lined up, let me know and we'll go ahead and proceed. And folks standing, we do have tons of chairs over here. So please feel free to fill in, make your way down and be seated. We ready? Okay, number 81, take it away.
Good afternoon, esteemed committee members. My name is Angela Johnson. I am the president of IATSE Local 798. We represent hairstylists and makeup artists, many of whom work on Broadway. I stand today to express our strong opposition to the Caesar Palace Times Square. As a union, we do support the building trades and the workers who would have jobs in this space. However, those jobs would exist irrespective of where the casino is built. That's not true for the entertainment workers. Our jobs will be eroded and in some cases destroyed. Broadway theater, as we know it, provides good paying middle-class union jobs now. That will not be the case if the casino goes forward in Times Square. Our community of Broadway entertainment workers and the surrounding community, the people, the shops, the restaurants will all suffer. Please vote no to the casino in Times Square.
Yes, I'm sorry. Before we proceed, I was notified we have an elected official who would like to testify, so we are going to let them go ahead. Yep, if you just want to identify yourself for the room, please.
I'm Assemblymember Jordan Wright, representing the 70th Assembly District in Harlem, New York. It's a pleasure to be with you all here today. And at the ripe age of 30, Harlem chose me as a representative, and I take that responsibility very seriously. And that's why I'm here today, not just as a legislator, not just as a partner for working people all across the city, but I'm here to say that I think a casino in Manhattan would be a super beneficial part of this community. Because my constituents every day facing an affordability crisis that threatens to push them out of the city that they've called home for generations. Working families are being priced out of neighborhoods that their grandparents built, and this project will face that crisis head on. It's a lifeline for working class New Yorkers, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of good paying union jobs with benefits and pensions. We can't afford to wait anymore. With Times Square's access to nearly every subway line and major transit hub, workers from all across the 5 boroughs can easily commute to these jobs. Times Square is strategic. It will draw millions of additional tourists and visitors annually. This is our moment to stand here together, labor, community, and small business, and demand investment that puts working people first. I'm proud to stand here with you today in that fight. Let's get it done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Before we continue, I have been asked by the venue if food or drink can remain in the lobby and not in the auditorium. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Maura Griffin. I live in 10023. On behalf of myself, my employer, Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, and the owners of more than 40 by Wyndham hotels throughout New York City, we are proud to lend our support to our partner Caesars, and we back the Caesars Palace Times Square bid. Times Square is the epicenter of entertainment in New York City, a global magnet drawing millions of visitors annually. Tourists come to Times Square to experience the best of the best New York City has to offer: theater, restaurants, shopping, and so much more. Compared to the other casino proposal locations, Times Square makes the most sense as an established hub for tourism. The casino will blend into the identity and character of the neighborhood and will help upgrade Times Square with a state-of-the-art gaming facility and resort, as well as Caesars plans to amplify security. Wyndham's franchisees look forward to welcoming all of the new visitors this facility will attract, including our 115 million Wyndham Rewards members around the world. And we are more than ready to accommodate these guests, making sure they can experience all Times Square has to offer. But this isn't just a casino. Caesars, Rock Nation, and SL Green are committed to providing a world-class entertainment experience while also driving those visitors to local hotels, restaurants, Broadway shows, and more. Unlike the other casino bids, Caesars Palace Times Square is investing with an eye to making what we have better and thinking to the future. They're renovating an existing office building, constructing it on a much smaller carbon footprint, and allowing for fewer disruptions in the area. This project will be a game changer for Times Square's economy, providing more customers for local businesses and more jobs for hardworking New Yorkers. The Caesars Palace Times Square project is a win-win-win. It's a win for New York, a win for tourism, and crucially, a win for hotels. We hope to see this exciting vision come to fruition and will continue working closely with Caesars, Rock Nation, and SL Green to create an experience like no other. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Kaplan, representing Encore Community Services in 10036 and 10019. We've been serving thousands of older adults in the neighborhood for nearly 50 years. A casino in Times Square poses serious threats to the financial security, cognitive well-being, and community life of older New Yorkers. Casinos often target older adults with marketing tactics such as free meals, transportation, and free play offers timed just to coincide with Social Security checks, which may not exist in a few years. AARP has documented how these strategies exploit older patrons' vulnerabilities, luring people on fixed incomes into financial harm. Older adults are more susceptible to problem gambling due to social isolation, grief, and other impulse control challenges. We can't even get adult protective services to pick up the phone in our city. And we're here debating the merits of a casino in our neighborhood. It's absolutely absurd. In the 70s and 80s, Times Square was notorious for crime and vice. Over decades of deliberate investment and community effort transformed the neighborhood into a pedestrian-friendly hub of culture, commerce, and connection. A casino would reverse that progress, replacing inclusive public life with a business model that profits from personal loss. We urge the committee to reject the Times Square casino proposal and instead emphasize the proven model of community growth that keeps older New Yorkers connected to and stable and thriving. That is precisely the kind of city life the Times Square Renaissance was meant to protect.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcus Jackson. I am the manager of advocacy, community, and government relations with Encore Community Services, a nonprofit that serves older adults in the Hell's Kitchen and Times Square area. I act as the community organizer for Encore Community Services. I have experience as a social caseworker, as a housing specialist, and as a community outreach in shelter and now in older adult centers. I was made aware of this hearing today as a community organizer who works closely with a lot of other community-based organizations. I'm curious to know who reached out to who. As a servant of the older adults in Hell's Kitchen and Times Square community organizing in the community, I do not have any recollection of being reached out to. I don't know any of the other community-based organizations who actually work with the older adults and the members of the community who are going to live in zip codes 10036 and 10019. None of the people I've talked to were contacted by Caesar's Palace or SL Green or Rock Nation to discuss how they were going to positively impact the community. So I'm just a little confused and a little curious as to what the plan is for that. Why none of the 300 community-based organizations that exist in Manhattan, as far as my knowledge is, was reached out to. I know for a fact I wasn't. As a community organizer in the community at 10036, I learned about this happening today. A lot of our older adults who probably would have had something to say aren't able to be here, so I have to kind of represent that voice. I'm just curious and want to see how this could possibly impact positively older adults in this area. Then that's why Encore Community Services and myself are against having this casino placed in Times Square community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Ross. I live in 10027 and I work in 10008. I've been a union theater worker for 20 years. I'm not here to speak about the ethical objections to a casino in Times Square. There are plenty of smart people here who can do that and have already, just did. I oppose the Times Square casino for economic reasons. Any number of destinations across the US and around the world can offer up casinos and gambling, but there's only one Broadway, and it's Broadway that's consistently named the #1 draw by visitors who come to New York City. In 2024 alone, tourism created $79 billion in economic impact across the 5 boroughs and $51 billion in direct spending. Broadway itself contributes $14.7 billion to the economy on top of ticket sales and supports 97,000 jobs. If you total up all that money and the jobs that are projected by the casino themselves, it totals less than 7% of Broadway's economic impact and 15% of its job creation. Putting a casino in Times Square is, ironically, gambling with the thing that makes New York City singular. Do we really think that more people will come to New York City to visit an area, to visit a casino in the shape of an office building when you can go to Vegas and get gondolas and dancing fountains with your table games? More likely, will damage Times Square irreparably and undermine the thing that is unequivocally the most important driver of New York's tourism market. I was initially going to close by saying don't be blinded by the money, but instead I'll say go ahead and vote for the money. The smart money opposes this casino. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Okay, ready to proceed with number 86 on House Right.
Hello, my name is Carl Clay, and I'm the founder of the Black Spectrum Theater Company in New York. Now in our 56th year of operation, it's because of the fact that theaters like Black Spectrum have been underrepresented on New York stages due to the lack of consistent support and financing that we enthusiastically support Caesar's Palace Times Square bid. Caesar's Palace Times Square bid gets high marks in our eyes because they have made a clear commitment and intentionally focused on supporting the workers and underrepresented communities within our industry that bring our stories to life and at the same time assist and help train the next generation of artists and technicians that are necessary to sustain community theaters like a Black Spectrum Theater. The Caesar's Palace Times Square bid also deserves high praise for their foresight in partnering with Wendell Pierce, the stage and silver screen actor who is forming the New York Coalition of Legacy Theaters Fund to provide direct support and financing to historic theaters of color to make sure they get the same benefits Broadway's labor unions will receive. These historic theaters are today here. The Negro Ensemble Company, the Billie Holiday Theater, the New Heritage Theater Group, Black Spectrum Theater, and New Federal Theater. Not only does Caesar's Palace Times Square bid have the most diverse ownership model for any casino in America, led by the investment of Sean J.C. Carter, but they also are allowing the community to invest alongside them through their community investment fund and partner with Reverend Al Sharpton to help expand access to the fund so that all New Yorkers have the opportunity to join an unprecedented investment group. in this once in a lifetime opportunity. I just want to add that the whole world of entertainment is expanding, and it is now a universe. It is not just centered on theater or just on video games on phone. It is a universe. And we believe that the Caesars Palace Times Square bid will take into consideration that it is in the right place at the right time. In short, the Caesars Palace Times Square bid is a true homegrown New York City home run for our hometown,
time. Thank
New
you.
York City.
You may begin.
Hi, I'm Kara Smith. I live in 11103, but I work in 10019. And I also just want to say, when I came here, I was with a good dozen or more people who weren't able to wait as long to come in. So although I'm the only one speaking right now, I represent a larger group who was not able to stay and be supported and be able to speak, since they did have to go and work in that area that is being affected in Times Square in the theater district. One of the biggest things that New York is known for is Broadway and the theater district. Bringing in a casino, it's not really representing the theater district and the cultural and historical significance that is currently here in New York on Broadway. And I'm all for jobs and the creation of jobs, but why does it have to specifically be in Times Square where it's already overrun with people? It's really hard to even get in, even though I work a block from the train. It's madness to go in and out of there constantly throughout the day. It's already very busy. So to draw more people there doesn't seem to make sense. If you want to draw more people to an area, build a casino in a place that needs help to draw people there, that needs to be able to help other business in the area want to come to that place and grow. Right now, if you were to bring a casino in Times Square, that would make it so much more expensive for current businesses probably to even stay there. And the only places that would be able to maintain would probably be large corporations who could afford to have shops in this area, and it would just be all commercialed out, and it wouldn't represent the lifeblood of the theater district. And it would just be like any place in America where you could go and there are these large corporations. So again, I am against the bringing Caesars here. I'm all for jobs and the creation of jobs, but the jobs don't have to be in that specific place. You've heard from a lot of people here, and a lot of them I have heard sitting around had a template to speak from, and they were supposed to kind of phrase it in their own way. Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms.
Hi.
Gill.
Thank you all for your attention today. It's astonishing to me that you're able to sit and listen to all of this for as long as you have so far. My 3 union cards, my lottery ticket. So, you know, I'm dyed-in-the-wool union, and I'm not opposed to gambling in principle. I am, however, a longtime resident of Hell's Kitchen. I've been in my apartment just west of 8th Avenue on 51st Street since 1978, and I made my career in show business, in the theater. And happily, I was able to make a long-running hit of it. So what I'm here today to say is that Broadway is a magnet for people who are ambitious, who are looking to advance to the pinnacle of the shining star of everything that Broadway represents around the world in terms of American art and culture. You know, you may question sometimes whether we always succeed in making great art, but certainly the effort is there, and it is at root a creative business that somehow manages to align itself with capitalism. However, the business model of a casino is predatory, parasitic, and extractive. And what it creates is losers. As a quick stop on any AI engine you choose to use or an inspection of Investopedia, you will see that fewer than 85% of people who go into a casino come out as winners. So if you want to invite a bunch of losers to Times Square that we just spent 3 decades and billions of dollars cleaning up,
so that we wouldn't have 3-card Monte games on every street corner and prostitutes and peep shows and drug addicts, then by all means sign off on this. But I oppose it, and you'll hear from me for the rest of your lives and as long as I have a breath in me if you decide to approve this. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, my name is James Jorash. I live and work in 10016. I have a somewhat different perspective here in that I worked many years ago at the Tropicana Casino. I was in casino counting, financial planning and analysis, and was the numbers guy for the Tropicana Casino. As I looked through the proposal and did my research on Caesars, I was looking at the numbers and looking at the benefits. And I think we've talked about the benefits today, and there are a lot of those benefits. But there's a number that pays those benefits. And that's a big number, and that's the casino revenue. $23 billion over 10 years, $2.3 billion per year in casino revenue that is paying for those benefits. I wanted to know where that comes from. So I did my research. And it turns out that if you look at casinos in urban cities and you look for the research, there's a lot of it about where the money comes from, who those gamblers are. And what I discovered was that in Detroit and in Boston, that roughly 80% of the gamblers come from the local, so the local state. 20% is from out of state. And that holds true for both Detroit and Boston. That 80% in Boston is actually about 40% very, very close to the casino and 40% within Massachusetts, and then 20% outside of Massachusetts. So I think it's interesting to look at that. If you take that 80% number, if you apply that to the casino that you're proposing today, that $2.3 billion in revenue times 80% means that 1.84 billion per year is coming from the local economy. And that means it's coming from union workers, it's coming from citizens of New York. That's 1.84 billion per year. That's a lot of money. So when you're thinking about and you're deciding and you're considering this, and I'm neither pro nor con, I'm just advocating to look into where those funds are coming from, because there's a lot of use for this money, but where is it coming from and how does that matter? And that's my
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, sorry. So we're okay. If we could have 90 through 95 at House Right here, please. Okay, and then 96 through 100 over at this mic, please. Oh, okay. When the we yeah, I think no, yeah, we lost 90 and 91.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Keynes. I'm a senior director of growth for a company by the name of Tuition.io. We were asked to be a partner and thrilled to be a partner of the developer in support of Caesars Palace Times Square. Tuition.io is a leader in providing education assistance benefits to both public and private sector accounts, where we administer programs to help employers help their employees, basically consumers, deal with the financial burden of student loan debt and future education expenses. Our service includes a student loan repayment program where the employer helps pay down student loan debt, a program called Secure 2.0, which helps contribute based on a person having student loan debt to their retirement, which is being affected today, as well as a repayment strategy tools to find a better repayment strategy of your student loan debt. And then finally, for future college expenses, what we call the Learning Partner Network, which features a network of schools with highly discounted programs as well as capped programs to help people advance their careers. Our CEO and the rest of Tuition was very happy and thrilled to be asked to be a part of this opportunity to join the Caesars Palace Times Square partnership to deliver these services to the New York City community. We do provide services in the city, Mount Sinai, New York Public Library, ArchCare, Harlem Children's Zone, and many others. And what's most important is that this benefit that we provide is going to give back to the New York City community and enable those workers to do their jobs with less financial stress and better quality of life, either because their student loans being helped paid down, or they're being helped to better save for their future retirement, and also they're able to now afford additional education to advance their careers. So in summary, Tuition I was very honored to be a partner, and we look forward to serving the New York Times Square community. Thank you.
So again, folks, we are going to collect your ticket number when you come up. So just if you have it in your pocket or in a bag or something, just have it ready for collection when you come to the mic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Naturman, and I also work at Tuition.io. And I'm very excited to be to partner with Caesars Palace Times Square. I'm a director here, and what I do is I work with the businesses and also directly with employees that are receiving these student loan benefits. So I could see a lot of what the good does on the back end. So this project wants to utilize Tuition.io to help those from the Actors Equity in 802. We truly are a mission-driven company, and it's vital to me that those receiving the benefits are having a good experience and that we're doing all we can to reduce individual student loan burden. Caesars Palace Times Square has our support, and Tuition.io is eager to help to provide student loan benefits back to the community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Patrick McGovern. I'm the CEO of Callan Lord Community Health Center. We're in zip code 10011. Callan Lord is a national leader providing LGBTQ life-saving care. And we serve more than 22,000 people with primary medical, behavioral health, and sexual health services. And we do this regardless of ability to pay. More than half of our patients are people of color, and 51% are covered by Medicaid. Many of our patients come from the theater community, who often experience inconsistent medical coverage. As a nonprofit, we rely on community support to create greater impact. Caesars Palace Times Square's $5 million commitment to our future is vital. We will use it to establish a state-of-the-art sexual health and wellness center, providing low-barrier access to breakthrough HIV treatment and prevention options, including a new twice-yearly injection that has almost 100% efficacy in preventing HIV. This commitment is echoed in numerous similar partnerships, reflecting the sponsor's deep commitment to Times Square businesses and its residents. We are pleased to say yes to Caesars Palace Times Square. Thank you.
That was 90 to 95.
We have 96 to 100 over here. And then if 101 to 105 want to make their way to this microphone. Thank you. And if we're ready, we can begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Vangeli Castelouris. Zip code is 122. I am the Vice President of IATSE Local 764 Theatrical Wardrobe Union that represents Broadway. And I've been a Broadway wardrobe worker for 25 years. I'm here to oppose the casino. Not only is it a bad idea, it's a dangerous idea. Times Square is one of the most recognized and visited cultural landmarks in the world. It represents art, commerce, and diversity, not gambling, addiction, and depression. Casinos are not engines of sustainability for economic development. They are predatory businesses that thrive on addiction and financial desperation. Placing a casino in a dense, heavily trafficked neighborhood like Times Square would exacerbate congestion, strain local services, and introduce an environment of increased crime and social instability, ultimately harming the city's tourism, small businesses, and cultural institutions such as Broadway. This is not an economic development, it's exploitation of tourists, of working New Yorkers, and of the very community that makes Broadway and Times Square vibrant. Times Square does not need a casino. What we need is more support for workers, artists, and audiences to keep the district alive. Please vote no on the Times Square Casino. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Butler Gilkison, also from IATSE Local 764, representing wardrobe workers. My zip code is 10301 and also 136. As a former resident of the Hell's Kitchen area who was priced out and who also moved to get away from some of the elements in the area that were causing distress and making me feel unsafe, I feel that having this casino also brings back these elements. When such an effort was made to Disneyfy the neighborhood in the first place, just as I was moving in, it is distressing to hear that now we're going to revert back. And with that reversion also comes the loss of families who build entire vacations around coming to Broadway and coming to Times Square. And even as annoying as it is, taking photos with the characters in the street, it becomes a part of their family history. And we will be eroding that for something that will keep people inside, not necessarily bring them out to enjoy New York City, which, also being a film and television worker, is one of the best exteriors in the world. And people come here from all across the world to take photos and film entire segments of their movie here in Times Square. And we'll be destroying that by finding a way to keep people inside and not be a part of that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Seth Goldstein, 10036. I'm a Broadway producer and have had an office in Times Square for nearly 25 years. My productions employ hundreds of members of our community and drive tens of millions of dollars in economic activity. I can attest to the fact that representatives from SL Green, identifiable from the pins on their lapels, were determining who would and wouldn't get access to the meeting this morning. Strategically brilliant, given that so many members of our community in opposition to this proposal have to be at work midday matinees on Wednesdays, but absolutely despicable as a community partner that SL Green purports to be. I'm struck by how often Broadway and Broadway ticketing initiatives have been mentioned by proponents of this plan, and how frequently Times Square as a diverse global entertainment community has been invoked. I appreciate the recognition of how critical our work is to the identity and economy of Times Square, and our ability to not only support nearly 100,000 jobs, the majority of which are union, but also provide respite, inspiration, and entertainment for our city's residents. May I ask, is it okay to be filming the speakers? I'm not exactly sure why that's happening. Putting that aside, I have to say, I think it's telling that the Broadway community is out in force vehemently in opposition to this gaming license. A casino in Times Square is truly an existential threat to an industry that is responsible for $15 billion in economic impact on the city annually and is struggling to get back to full strength after the pandemic. We keep hearing that NYC is the entertainment capital of the world. That's no accident. Broadway is the engine that drives Times Square's identity and economy. Rather than endanger Broadway, and the positive impact it has on local businesses, restaurants, parking garages, etc., the developers should be looking to revitalize another area of NYC and bring an identity to an area that requires new jobs. I urge
Thank
you
you.
to
We are at
protect
time.
our industry and our community and vote against the gaming license.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Ferrugia. My zip code is 11375, but my work zip code is 10019. One thing I've noticed about the majority of supporters here today, that they are either reading from scripts and in favor of the casino due to the financial promises made by the developer.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that.
One I
We're not
wrote.
gonna do that.
One I
We're
wrote.
not going to do that. We're not
One
going to
I
heckle.
wrote. One I
We're not
wrote.
going to do that.
Here today just wants what's best for the neighborhood. All of the construction and operation jobs being highlighted by supporters will exist at any of the locations that win the bid. They're not specific to Times Square. Caesars is the only applicant looking to develop space in a thriving community so it can exploit an economy that took over a century to build. Placing a casino in Times Square will simply siphon existing economic activity, while other locations might actually offer opportunities for positive development and can provide more jobs, higher estimated economic impact returns, accessible parking, affordable housing, parks, and recreational areas. Finally, I'd like to reiterate the previous speaker's request or note that the next CAC meeting be held on any day but a Wednesday, preferably a Monday, to allow Broadway's workers full opportunity to turn out and oppose this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're starting here with 100 or 101? Okay, so this should be 100 to 105. If I could have 106 to 110 at the House left microphone, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mamie Gay. Zip code is 1002. I am a proud of member of THC, and I'm proud resident of Manhattan. I know firsthand now important to be good, stable job are for workers, family in New York. And I am here today I am here today because I want to make sure more people have the same opportunity I have. The Caesar Times Square casino will create thousands of jobs with fair wage, benefits, and strong protection, and could also bring more visitors in our city, which will help other hotels in the area. I support the project before this is an investment in worker in New York. Thank you very much.
There's a translator that's going to.
Okay.
Buenas tardes. Me llamo Encarnación Mendoza. Mi psico, my name Encarnación Mendoza.
My name is Encarnación Mendoza.
My zip code 129.
My zip code is 10029.
Soy miembro del Consejo del Gremio de Hoteles.
I am a member of the Hotel Trades and Gaming Council.
Juego de azar y tengo orgullos no solo trabajar en Manhattan como administrador,
I'm happy to work in Manhattan as a steward,
sino también vivir en criar a mi familia aquí.
and I'm also have the privilege to raise my family here in the city.
Sé lo difícil que es conseguir un buen trabajo y el casino.
I know how it is to look for a great union job and the casino.
Caceret Times Square crearía miles de empleados, algunos de los mejores del mundo en el sector.
And I believe the Caesar Palace would create one of the best jobs in the world with union representation.
En hoteles, además, genera además genera
Oh, and keep going.
beneficios reales para la comunidad
It'll create great benefits for the community as well.
y revestirá en la inversión en la zona,
And also the Caesar Palace will reinvestigate inside the community as well.
haciéndola más segura y accesible para quienes vivimos y trabajamos aquí.
And it'll be great for the people that live in the city of NYC.
En este proyecto es una verdadera oportunidad para mejorar la vida de tantos
And this project is a very important project because it will change the life of many of us New Yorkers.
neoyorquinos. Y lo debemos su aprobación.
And we want
Gracias.
you guys to approve it. Thank you for hearing us.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene and my office is in zip code 10029. I'm here on behalf of the supplemental sanitation, the proposed supplemental sanitation partner of the casino. We're really excited specifically about the opportunities to provide paid transitional work opportunities to supplemental sanitation workers to keep the heartbeat of our city clean and vibrant, which also serves as a pathway for our neighbors out of homelessness and into stable employment and stable housing. And so we really look forward to that opportunity to partner to change lives and to keep this community clean. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 106. Okay, is there a 106? 106? Okay, go ahead.
My name is Alex Hunt. My office is also in 10029, also in supplemental sanitation. And I wanted to speak in support of this casino because it will create job opportunities. For that reason, I hope you will also consider supporting it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ted Arenas. I've been a resident for Hell's Kitchen for 20 years. I'm on Community Board 4, and I also am a small business owner in Manhattan. As a member of the Community Board, specifically on the Land Use Committee, I've reviewed a bunch of casinos proposals over the year, and many of these had serious conflicts, whether it impacted the affordability of housing or proposed major changes to transportation infrastructure. In contrast, the Caesars Casino stands out as a more suitable location for the project. Times Square has the strongest transportation infrastructure in the city, making it uniquely equipped to accommodate the gaming casino. Importantly, this development will not displace or affect any housing. Caesar also had the biggest commitment demonstrating to give back to the community as a part of its development plan, some that the other casinos didn't really have. And speaking with some of my fellow community board members, I believe that in board, there is a broad recognition that the best place for the location of the casino is in Times Square. For the perspective of a Hell's Kitchen small business owner, I believe this project will bring much needed tourism to the neighborhood. Tourism that has not been fully recovered since COVID. Increased foot traffic will directly support local business and strengthen the economic vitality of our community. And as a person that also loves the theater and community, there's just such a big difference of the forms of entertainment between gambling and going to theater that I think that there's enough tourism to support both and one will not take away from the other. For these reasons, I'm fully supportive of the casino in Times Square, and I believe that it will enhance the neighborhood, boost small businesses, and support the community.
Thank you. Anybody with under 110, under the number 110 that has not spoken? Okay, then if I could have 111 to 115 at this microphone, please, and then 116 to 120 here. And again, we are limiting comments to 2 minutes, and we kindly ask that after you testify, you exit the auditorium so that we can allow other folks in. Yes, so we should be at this should be 111 to 115 over here, 116 to 120 here. Is there 111 or 112? So what's the next number? Well, there's nobody here, so let's just go ahead with 114.
Good afternoon. My name is Carl Gaines and my zip code is 11226. I'm here on behalf of Callan Lord, where I'm the chair of the board of directors for the Community Health Center. As a federally qualified health center serving roughly 20,000 people annually, Callan Lord has long sought to develop a state-of-the-art sexual health clinic to meet the growing needs of our community in curbing STIs and HIV. Our partnership with Caesars Palace Times Square will bring this clinic to life and coincides with a tangible opportunity to end the HIV epidemic in New York City. It is now possible to prevent HIV with a twice yearly injection, providing patients options beyond a daily pill. Bringing a sexual health clinic to Hell's Kitchen will allow us to make this breakthrough available to more New Yorkers. We believe this clinic can have a significant impact not only for LGBTQ plus communities, but for New Yorkers as a whole. Accordingly, the Callan Lord board voted unanimously to support this partnership and CPTS more broadly. This decision was not made lightly. Our executive team and board considered the support this bid has gained from more than 200 local organizations and stakeholders. We lent our own support due to CPTS's deep commitment to the community and the visionary leadership behind the project at SL Green. So ultimately, we're proud to be a part of this coalition and urge the approval of the CPTS bid. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Green, and I'm the Director of Customer Experience, Front of House, and Safety at the Town Hall. I'm here in support of the Caesars Palace Times Square bid, and all of the pro-bid reasons that have been mentioned are very important: job creation, economic opportunity for existing businesses, investment in physical and cultural infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. But from my perspective, as a theater management professional whose primary concern is the safety of the patrons that attend Town Hall, the most exciting part of the bid is the promise to make the most comprehensive private safety and security investment in the history of Times Square. Times Square is not just the center of NYC, it is the center of the world. As such, it's a target, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And this is true whether there's a casino in Times Square or not. Whatever is done to make Times Square safer is a worthwhile investment in my eyes, and I imagine all theater managers will feel the same. I'm happy to support Caesars Palace Times Square bid on the behalf of the Town Hall for myself, and I imagine that many other managers would be the same way as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm gonna just last call for 111, 112, or 113 before we move on. Okay, so we have 116 to 120, and then if 121 to 125 want to line up at this microphone, please.
Well, 2 minutes. Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address in less, so I hope I can express myself. My name is Don Majeski. I'm a homeowner from College Point 11356. Some context: I've never joined a political party. I never joined a union. I never got overtime. I never got a benefit, but I'm a New Yorker. Other context: I'm a card-holding member of the Son of American Revolution. I'm an 8th generation New Yorker. My mother's born in 1929 in Elmhurst. She lives in Elmhurst now, 96 years later. And my great-grandmother was baptized in a church on 42nd Street between 8th and 9th Avenue. So I'm a New Yorker to the bone. And I'll tell you, a casino in Times Square is the greatest thing to happen to New York City since the invention of the hot dog. We should have had this 100 years ago. It's insane. There would have been no Las Vegas if we had casinos in Times Square. My industry is directly affected. There's 2 industries you're talking about that nobody's addressed here. One is the cabaret industry and nightclub entertainment. We are the capital of the world in those entertainments. Cafe Versailles, the Copacabana, the Latin Quarter, the Stork Club, they don't exist anymore as a form of entertainment, but they do in Las Vegas. And in my business, the boxing business, in the 20th century, 18 of the largest live boxing gates were in New York City. In the 21st, 20 of the 20 largest live boxing gates were in Las Vegas because the casinos subsidize. Even if they don't hold boxing in that casino, it will help us get subsidies. It will help us get hotel rooms. It will bring boxing back, and that was a thriving industry. It will only complement the Broadway theater. Somebody wants to bet 20 bucks on a crap game in a casino can still spend their $500 to go to see Othello on Broadway if they feel like it. I'll give you one quick example of how it helped hotel bills. I just dialed up Caesar's Palace in for Las Vegas for a reservation. You can get a room for $189 today. If a family wants to come in Broadway shows because of the casino subsidizing the hotel, it brings down the cost of that for hotels. So it'll benefit them as well. And I thank you for your time.
Oh, excuse me. Hello, my name is Joel. I'm also known as Broadway Joel, the voice of Dominican boxing. And the reason I'm here to support the casino is because I think this directly supports Dominican boxing. So Dominicans are roughly about 50% of the Latinos here in New York City. Dominican boxing is on the rise. I like to say Dominican boxing is the cryptocurrency of boxing. We are on top right now. We're rising. We got guys like Yan Santana, Eldy Cedeno, Rohan Polanco. And the thought of a casino being here, as Don Majeski just said, is only goes hand in hand. A lot of fights get taken to Las Vegas, but the fan base of Dominicans are here in New York. So if more fights could come to New York, and Caesar Palace has a rich history in boxing. Sugar Ray Leonard versus Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard versus Thomas Hearns, a bunch of Muhammad Ali fights, Larry Holmes, Mike Tyson. I could go on and on. So if we could bring that here to New York, and even if they don't have an arena, subsidize maybe a promoter like Top Rank to provide rooms and help the sport that way, it only helps Dominican boxing. And that's honestly what I'm here to do. Is I'm here to let's support this movement because I think it's going to help my movement. I have a movement called El Movimiento, which is about supporting Dominican boxing. And having something like this in New York City, where primarily Dominican immigrants are, where those Dominican boxers will get the support if they brought events here, I think that casino coming here will help us directly. So to the members of the board, I vote yes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pape. I'm originally from Senegal. I was born in Chicago. In 2012, I've moved to New York for better opportunity, and that's what we're all looking for. Growing up in Senegal, it's just opportunities, and I believe Times Square is the perfect place for casino and entertainment venue. It already has the character and the energy to make this work. Outside of change, with changing the neighborhood, we know. Caesar Palace Times Square isn't just a proposal. I believe it's a vision for a stronger, more vibrant community. It aligns with our shared values of progress, sustainability, and inclusivity. I, Pape, fully support this because I believe it will create lasting positive change for everyone outside of New York and most importantly, New Yorkers. I urge you to approve this project for better future for the New York. And thank you for your opportunity. I appreciate the time and support for this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Andrew Ridgey, and on behalf of the New York City Hospitality Alliance, a not-for-profit representing restaurants, bars, and nightclubs across the 5 boroughs, I'm proud to share our strong support for the gaming license from SL Green, Caesars Entertainment, and Rock Nation. Now, our alliance has evaluated applicants based on their commitment to partner with local hospitality businesses, support workforce development, and invest in our city's economy, infrastructure, safety, and sanitation. All of these are essential to a vibrant commercial corridor and entertainment ecosystem. This applicant has formed an impressive coalition with partnerships across Times Square and beyond. Of special note, their integration of Caesars Rewards will drive business to local restaurants and bars at no cost to those small businesses, ensuring a broad range of New Yorkers will share in the benefit. Plus, SL Green's track record of investment in our city's restaurant sector, combined with their operational expertise, shows a deep and long-term commitment to the hospitality sector and New York City. Finally, the project's Times Square location with direct access to subway, bus, and regional rail lines ensures access for workers, guests, tourists, and everyone, bringing a sustained foot traffic that will support businesses throughout the area. For these reasons, the New York City Hospitality Alliance is proud to support this application, and we're, of course, happy to answer questions as well. Thank you.
So if 126 to 130 want to come over here, please. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is David Villa. I am with the Laborers Local 79. We're here to support the Caesars Palace Times Square. By doing so, we can create thousands of good paying jobs. By saying yes to Caesars Palace Times Square, the city will gain middle class union jobs for hardworking New Yorkers. This project will bring over 3,000 new union construction jobs and 3,800 permanent union jobs. That's a win for the working men and women of the city. We have met with the team behind the Caesars Palace Times Square for over 4 years, and they understand the importance of careers in union labor throughout the construction trades. This have a history of working with labor. They are using this project to create a win for all New Yorkers. That's why we support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Community Advisory Committee, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Brian Chen, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer of the Chinese American Planning Council in zip code 10002. We are a 60-year-old social services organization rooted in community and anchored across over 35 sites throughout New York City that serve 80,000 individuals and families annually. From early childcare and after-school programs to English literacy classes and older adult programming, our holistic services ensure community members not only survive, but thrive. The Chinese American Planning Council is supportive of the inclusive, community-integrated workforce and economic development potential of the Caesars Palace Times Square project, as it aligns with our agency's mission to promote the social and economic empowerment of immigrant and low-income New Yorkers. As an organization that provides linguistically accessible and culturally competent employment services and wraparound supports, Caesars Palace Times Square will help us expand our workforce development programs, connecting vulnerable New Yorkers to quality jobs and long-term career pathways. Through the project's commitment to investing in workforce development and retraining, the creation of good-paying jobs, and career advancement, Caesars Palace Times Square is positioned to be an opportunity hub inclusive of the local business community and all New Yorkers. Thank you again for your time.
Okay. So we have 126.
26 up there?
Okay, great. And then 131 to 135, please. Or I guess it would be 131 to 135 over here. You may begin. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Turner. I work at a large law firm, which is located in the New York Times building. We've been there since 2007. We're right on 8th Avenue, directly across the street from Port Authority. Okay. I believe this project represents a smart, forward-looking use of the space, transforming an existing building right in the heart of Times Square's famous entertainment capital of New York City. Times Square is uniquely suited for this kind of development. It already has the infrastructure, character, and reputation to welcome a casino. The Caesars team has spent the last 4 years listening to the community and refining their vision. Their plan doesn't just bring a gaming and entertainment destination, it brings tangible benefits. New tourism and economic activity that will help local businesses thrive, investments in our streets through sanitation and beautification efforts, support for the arts, workforce development, and job retraining programs, and most importantly, I believe a significant private investment in safety and security that Times Square is sorely in need of. Over 200 local businesses and community groups have already expressed their support, and I'm proud to stand with them. For these reasons, I urge decision makers to approve Caesars Palace Times Square. It's the right project in the right place at the right time.
Hi, my name is Matthew Camp, and I've worked for Dinex and Restaurant Danielle for the past 10 years. I've been in the service industry for over 20. I've seen firsthand since 2020 how the service industry and culture in New York City has been ravaged. I've had friends, coworkers, fellow New Yorkers, and family all have to leave, lose their jobs, shutter restaurants. And I think this is a chance to not revision Times Square, but to revitalize it. And I don't think many people actually get this chance. I think it would be a missed opportunity to, like the gentleman said earlier, have the tide rise all boats. I think this is a chance to have the Caesars Casino in Times Square be that tide. If you've ever worked in the service industry, you know how vital the relationship is, the interconnection between service industry, shows, Broadway, and gaming are all interconnected. It is not mutually exclusive. I feel like there's been a lot of talk today about it has to be either growth or culture. I think New York City does it better than anybody else in the world, but we can have both those things and have a real fresh restart since 2020. So I'm here speaking on behalf of Restaurant Danielle and speaking of my friends and family that are all service industry that really hope that you approve this project for Times Square.
Hello, my name is Rotem Bar Kochva. I'm a resident of Chelsea, zip code 10001, and I will work in a large law firm located in the heart of Times Square. I think that really the mandate of this committee is to figure out the best location for a casino in the greater New York area, and of all the different proposals that are in front of it, really Times Square is the most sensible location of the different proposals. It fits naturally the area in which we are located. It would disrupt the life of the residents and the commuters and the people that come to the location to enjoy the different entertainment options offered by Times Square. And that is the idea that makes the most sense. Accordingly, I wholeheartedly support Caesars Palace Times Square, and I hope that you'll approve this proposal. Thank you very much.
Yeah, doing today. I'm here on behalf of SEIU 32BJ in support of the SL Green and Caesars Entertainment New York City Casino Development Proposal. 32BJ is the largest property services union in the nation, representing 175,000 members across 11 states and Washington, D.C. The 90,000 members of our New York City Property Services Division are the backbone of the city's commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, airports, and many other NYC locations. We believe that the establishment of a casino would provide a significant economic boost to New York City and the Times Square area. 32BJ currently represents employees at SL Green commercial locations in New York City. 32BJ supports the proposed SL Green and Caesars Entertainment New York City casino development in New York City. We are confident that this project will significantly benefit our city's economy by generating employment opportunities, invigorating local businesses, and fostering community growth. Thank you.
Okay. 133 is over here. Okay, so no 131, 132. Okay. 133. And then so we can have 136 to 140, please, over here. Thank you. Then you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Guarino, and I'm representing New Tradition, outdoor advertising company. Zip code 1003, and here to strongly support Caesar's Palace Times Square. This project will take an underused office building in the heart of the Times Square, the world's entertainment capital, and turn it into a destination that fits perfectly with the neighborhood's energy and identity. Times Square already has the infrastructure, the character, and the crowds to welcome this kind of entertainment without displacing housing or disrupting residential communities. Caesars built this plan by listening to New Yorkers for 4 years. It'll boost tourism, strengthen local businesses, create jobs, and make the single largest private safety investment in Times Square history, which we need. With over 200 local businesses and community groups already behind it, Caesar's Palace Times Square is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring more life, more jobs, and more security to the heart of our city. Thank you.
My name is Pete Simon, and I work for S&A Displays, zip code 10036. We are a local private business headquartered across the street from the proposal. We support the bid for Caesar's Palace Times Square for many reasons, as well as the many union jobs that it will provide. Most notably, we trust that the SL Green team, who has helped steward Times Square through many eras, and we know that they will do right by us with this project and the revenues that they and their partner Caesars will bring into the square and the taxes it will produce. This is also the only casino bid that does not substantially change the neighborhood it goes into, and that includes Broadway. Times Square has already possesses the infrastructure, as everybody keeps mentioning, necessary to support such a development, and the project will also rehabilitate that infrastructure naturally through economic growth. Also, I just want to add, I'm a major supporter of Broadway. I go to plenty shows. Today was the first day I realized that Broadway seems pretty against it, which is sad because I also, encourage everybody to look through the history of Times Square. Even HBO produced a great show called The Deuce about Times Square. It ends with developers cleaning up Times Square. It's a very real thing. Obviously, legislation is very important. There's a lot of really good moral points brought up, but I think that we can all agree that legislation can fix a lot of that. And investment is what New York needs, especially as Texas, California, and a lot of states are eclipsing us in economic growth. So as a native New Yorker, I fully support this, and thank you for the time.
Hello, my name is Lear Oren. I'm the CFO and partner of Chef Driven Hospitality, which owns 5 restaurants here in Times Square, including 5 Napkin Burger, Marseille, and Schmackery's, employing over 400 individuals locally. Thank you for your time today, guys. I'm here today to express my strong support for Caesar's Palace Times Square. As a local business owner, I know firsthand how much our neighborhood relies on foot traffic, tourism, and a vibrant entertainment economy. And I know that Caesar's Palace Times Square will be a critical boost to that ecosystem. This project just makes sense. It's an adaptive reuse of an existing building, not a project that will push out residents or strain infrastructure. And Times Square is already known around the world for entertainment. This plan fits our community's character, building on the transit, the tourism, and the density that already exists here. Nobody will be able to go to Caesar's Palace Times Square without going somewhere else too. It's the only project designed to create more demand than it can supply on its own, which means that they need local restaurants just as much as we need them. This project will also bring Caesar's powerful rewards program to our city. Through this program, for the first time, Caesar's customers will be able to use their rewards points at local restaurants like mine at no cost to us. This will boost business to surrounding restaurants and businesses across the city. It's also the location with the best access to public transport. This will drive more foot traffic, more energy, and more revenue into small and large businesses in the center of the city. That means the tourists and locals who will come to Caesar's Palace Times Square can easily make their way around the 5 boroughs to dine at one of the over 20,000 eateries in the city. Most importantly, the team behind Caesar's Palace Times Square has listened to community members like us. They've been engaging with local businesses and residents for years, and they've made real commitments. They've pledged to invest in sanitation, beautification, and safety, which directly impact how our neighborhood feels to visitors. And they're offering support for workforce development and retraining, which matters deeply to restaurant owners like me, who want to retrain and grow a skilled local workforce. Over 200 local businesses and organizations are already on board, and I'm proud to be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. $135, okay. So we have 136, all right. So 141 to 145, please, if you could line up at the house left. And you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Joy Smith, and I serve as the Executive Vice President of Public Policy and Advocacy at Callan Lord Community Health Center, New York City's leader in LGBTQ+ affirming sexual health care. I'm here today to speak in support of Caesar's Palace Times Square, and in particular, the incredible opportunity it presents for a transformative partnership with Callan Lord. While Callan Lord operates 3 sites across the city, we have yet to establish a presence in Hell's Kitchen, a neighborhood where so many of our patients and community members live, work, and socialize. Hell's Kitchen is a vibrant part of our city, rich in culture, diversity, and resilience, and it's time we brought our care to where it's needed. With Caesar Palace Times Square commitment to the surrounding community, we will have the resources to open a state-of-the-art sexual health and wellness center right here in the neighborhood. This center will be more than a clinic. It will be a center for excellence in sexual health, offering the latest breakthroughs in HIV and STI prevention and treatment delivered with compassion, dignity, and without judgment. Just as Caesar Palace Times Square will elevate and invest in the arts, our clinic will elevate and invest in the health of our communities. Technological innovations like rapid STI testing and new long-acting injectable HIV prevention and treatment options mean that this is the moment to meet the public health imperative, to end the HIV epidemic, to test and treat as many STIs as possible, and to ensure that everyone, regardless of who they are or where they come from, has equitable access to care. We are ready and excited to bring our services to Hell's Kitchen. This project represents a bold step forward for both Callan Lord and the city we serve. That is why today we say yes to Caesar's Palace Times Square. Thank you.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Diego Vilema. Mi código postal es 10001. Estoy aquí.
Hello, my name is Diego and I work in New York City.
Estoy aquí para apoyar el proyecto Caesar Palace Times Square,
I'm here to show my support for Caesar's Palace Times Square,
que va a ser construido por trabajadores entrenados y con protecciones sindicales.
I look forward to coming to Times Square with my family and pointing to other iconic buildings built and ran by the best trained union workers.
Este proyecto va a crear trabajos sindicalizados con seguro médico y ahorros para el retiro.
We need this project because it will create union careers that provide high quality health insurance and retirement savings for New York City workers.
Para mí, tener un buen salario y seguro médico significa que puedo comprar comida para mi familia o ir al doctor cuando estoy enfermo.
Having union wages, health benefits means that I can actually afford groceries and go to the doctor when I'm sick.
Este proyecto puede mejorar las vidas y los salarios de muchos trabajadores en toda la ciudad.
This project could boost wages and quality of life for workers from all over the 5 boroughs. Thousands of good jobs are at stake.
Estamos hablando de miles de trabajos. El equipo Caesars tiene una historia trabajando con sindicatos y están utilizando este proyecto para crear una victoria para todos en Nueva York. Gracias.
The Caesars team has a history of working with union labor, and they are using this project to create win for all. I urge you to support this important project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Brandon Lorenz. I'm the National Director of Public Policy for Actors Equity Association. I want to say thank you all to members of the committee. I know it's a long day up there, but thank you for your time and attention today. We represent 51,000 actors and stage managers across the country, around 20,000 of whom live in the greater New York City area and depend on a thriving theater district to be able to sustain their careers. I want to be really clear, it's really challenging. It is rewarding, but really challenging to sustain a career in the theater. What's been impressive to us is that over the years, the team here, SL Green and Caesars, has been willing to sit down and talk to anyone associated with this neighborhood in this project, including us. And they really take time to learn about the challenges in the live theater. And so they are offering affordable childcare so our parents can audition and afford to pursue their careers. They're offering assistance with healthcare and student loan debt relief to give our younger members breathing room. They have stable employment opportunities with the job fair for people who might be between shows. In addition to all of that, they're investing directly in the Times Square neighborhood with a massive commitment and funding, a partnership with Bill Bratton to make the neighborhood safer so that members do not have to be afraid when they're leaving the show at night to go home. They're offering sanitation, community health centers, Medi-scooters to reduce emergency response times in the neighborhood, youth education programs, arts training programs, the list goes on. I want to also note they signed a labor peace agreement with the Actors Equity that will help protect the work so that our members who are currently working in the theater inside the project can ensure that they will return when the project is complete. As someone who's worked both within the industry and within organized labor, I want to say they get it. They get the neighborhood. They get the workers. They've proven year after year they want to be here for us. We urge your support for the project.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Nicosia. I'm the president at Penn South 10001. We're the largest affordable housing and senior complex in the district, over 5,000 residents. I have served on the community board, including the Quality of Life Committee, and I have worked professionally in Times Square for 20 years. So I am deeply committed to this neighborhood and most importantly, its future, which is why I support this project. We know there is an opportunity possibly in the future one day for a casino to come to Manhattan. But with this partnership today with Caesars Palace Times Square, we have an opportunity to make certain that a casino ends up in the only logical location, which is Times Square. And most importantly, this project offers residents the chance to partner with New York businesses, SL Green and Rock Nation, that have listened to our concerns, adjusted their proposal, and are prepared to invest millions of dollars to tackle our issues, longstanding issues in our community, not only in Times Square, but Hell's Kitchen and Chelsea. This is millions of dollars to support restaurants, music venues, and theaters, but also millions more for improvements in the neighborhood, improvements to public safety, and healthcare. This is not taking land that should be used for affordable housing. This is repurposing an existing building in an exclusively commercial district. With this proposal, a huge portion of the CB4 community stands to have a significant benefit from this license, both now and into the future. With millions on the table, I implore you, please Do not take this opportunity away from our communities in Times Square, Hell's Kitchen, and Chelsea. Thank you.
Okay. We're good? Yes, I'm sorry. So we're starting here with. Okay, so-
140.
Okay, so 146 to 150 can make their way to this microphone, please. Thank you. And you may begin. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sydney Beers. I'm from the Broadway community. I work at a theater. I'm a theater owner, operator, producer, audience member, everything. I have to say something to this committee. Look at your watches. What time is it? Okay, at 2 o'clock, 41 theaters have a matinee. Why today? Why today? You didn't want to hear from us. You did not want to hear from Broadway. You did not want to hear from us. And that breaks my heart. I'm wearing red today, red for passion and red for Broadway. We love our community. We welcome everyone into our community. And my God, we will not stand here while SNL Green shuts it down. You should all be ashamed. Manhattan is huge. Pick another location. Pick another location. Do not take Broadway away. This will not enhance Broadway. It will hurt us. And if there is ever another hearing on a Wednesday matinee, whoever organized that should be ashamed. How about we have it at your dinner hour? We wouldn't do that to the restaurant owners. Think about Broadway. Think about what has made New York what it is. If you want to be a professional skier, you go to Colorado. If you want to stand on that stage and raise that curtain, you come to Manhattan. How dare you take that away from us? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Naja. I've lived in Manhattan my whole life. I grew up on the Lower East Side and now I live in Upper Manhattan. My grandma actually used to take me to Broadway shows for my birthday every year. And as someone who loves Broadway, I think this is a great location for a casino. I think more business in Times Square. Yeah, it,
Folks,
it makes sense. It's a commercial area. They're taking something old, an old building, and making it new. And as someone who grew up in New York, I'm sure a lot of people here know change is what keeps New York alive. I remember when the Dave and Buster's opened in Times Square. I remember when the M&M store opened, and those businesses have not taken away from Broadway. They help bring more people to Broadway. And I also just want to say, you know, I grew up around a lot of blue collar communities, workers whose labor is often invisible, construction workers, service workers, hotel workers. And I think it's okay for people to come here and express their opinion, but it's not okay to dismiss someone else's comments just because they work in a different industry or needed help writing their script or whatever the case may be. Maybe they came here after a night shift, and it's okay to express your opinion, but you know, those workers are part of the community too. It's not just one industry that's part of this community. Thank you so much.
all right, all right. Folks, we're going to keep it moving. Let's keep the applause to a minimum, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luke Davis, and I'm here representing my family's retail business, which is located in the heart of Times Square, 10036. It's named Pele Soccer. And we're fully in support of this project. First and foremost, I think this will boost economic activity in the area. It's going to bring more people to our doors, and it's going to support local businesses at the end of the day. Secondly, I do 100% believe that it's going to improve the quality of life of our employees who, with the investment in safety and security in the district, you know, they deal with many challenges on a daily basis, and this is certainly going to improve their quality of life. And ultimately, I just believe Times Square is the correct location for this project. One additional thing I want to say, just based on some things that other people have said, is, you know, I have firsthand experience how SL Green does support local businesses in Times Square. We opened our store, just a few months before the pandemic. It was devastating. Customers are gone. There was no business. They treated us very fairly. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Bob Hoffman. I'm a vice president of the Schubert Organization, responsible for working with our relationship with tourism and marketing and sales to visitors to Broadway. I'm here because I want to keep Times Square Broadway's stage and not a casino floor. Times Square is the heart of Broadway. Millions of visitors come here to see a show, grab a meal, and be a part of something they can't find anywhere else in the world. A casino doesn't belong here. I've spent over 3 decades working on Broadway and tourism, connecting visitors from around the world to the shows that make the city famous. I know firsthand how spending travel works and how fragile the balance is between attractions, restaurants, and theater. A casino in Times Square tips that balance in the wrong direction. Safety will suffer. Casinos attract more late night crowds, more drinking, and more crime. Times Square is already one of the busiest places in the world. A casino stretches police and city resources and makes the area less safe for theatergoers and tourists. Broadway and local businesses lose. Visitors have limited time and money. If they spend it in a casino, they're not buying Broadway tickets, eating at our restaurants, or visiting our museums. A casino will take business away from businesses and cultural institutions that built this neighborhood. It changes what Times Square stands for. Broadway's lights are about artistry and storytelling, not about slot machines. Replacing that identity with gambling weakens the brand New York has built for over a century. Broadway is for everyone. Families, school groups, travelers from around the globe feel welcome here. A casino shifts the tone toward adults-only entertainment, making the district less inviting to a big part of Broadway's audience. One decision changes everything. Once a casino comes in, you can't take it back. We need to protect the character of Times Square and keep the focus on where it belongs, on Broadway. Thank you very much for your time.
To 144.
Okay, anyone under 144 that has not spoken?
Right here.
Okay, what's your number, sir?
I was 142. but
Okay.
I had to step out.
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Harvey S. Morris. I am an official of Local 802 AFM, which is the largest local musicians in the country, if not the world. We are here in support of the Caesars project, the casino project, and we put our full support behind this project. Our union is very proud to support the project, and we represent the musicians who perform on Broadway. The project is an adaptive use of an existing office space located in Times Square, which is, as you've heard, the entertainment capital of the world. I can't think of a better place for a casino. I don't see the casino tarnishing the neighborhood in any way. I think that it will uplift the neighborhood and bring other individuals into the neighborhood who would not normally do that, to see Broadway shows and take advantage of everything, because we're not turning every Broadway theater into a casino. It's one casino with 20, 30 Broadway theaters. And people, when they come, they will participate in the entertainment that's in that area. This neighborhood, as I said, is filled with theaters, music halls, and countless other entertainment activities that rely on big audiences and new visitors. And unlike other proposals, Caesars Times Square will not displace critical housing opportunity that our city desperately needs. The team behind Caesars has spent the last 4 years meeting with the community, including Local 802 and other unions, and they have provided much needed resources for our industries, including monthly job fair that will offer musicians good union jobs. When Caesars Times Square Palace receives the gaming license, as they should, our members and the members of Actors Equity, who I believe you've heard from.
Thank you. We're at time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we're at 145 here. Okay, yes, so we're gonna do 140, 145 to 150 here, correct? All right, so then we'll do 151 to 155 at this microphone, please. Okay, thanks. You may begin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yvette Maddox. I'm in zip code 11233. I'm a fellow New Yorker. I am in support of Caesar's Palace Times Square. Caesar's Palace Times Square is a clear choice for gaming and entertainment destination here in New York. The project is an adaptive reuse of an existing office building located in the heart of Times Square, both side, the entertainment capital of New York and the world. Times Square is the only location where a casino will blend seamlessly into the established identity and character of the neighborhood. As well established entertainment district, Times Square is the only location with an existing infrastructure to handle this new form of entertainment. Unlike other proposals, Caesar's Palace Times Square will not displace critical housing opportunities for our city or be jammed within existing and vibrant residential neighborhoods. The team behind Caesar's Palace Times Square has spent the last 4 years meeting with community and incorporating the feedback they received in a comprehensive proposal that drives new tourism and economic activity to local businesses to share the economic benefits, invest in the local community and economy to improve quality of life through sanitation, beautification programs, performing arts programs, workforce development, and retraining programs. And most importantly, it will make the most comprehensive privately safety and security investment in the history of Times Square and the surrounding communities. Because of their unique approach, Caesars Palace Times Square has the support of over 200 local businesses and community groups, and they have earned my support as well. Thank you for listening to me. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooke Ferris. I am the executive liaison at Town Hall, and I am also a 30-plus year New York resident and actress. I am speaking in support of the Caesars location in Times Square. I think that it's going to bring more people to Times Square, more people to see Broadway shows. I know in Vegas, when they started the whole, like all the shows, people go there as a destination. And I think that people will plan their vacations around coming, gambling, seeing a show, and then maybe going back there too. It'll enhance visitation to all the restaurants around, local businesses. And I think it's also really important that they're going to bring more security, beautification, childcare, supporting with student and medical debt relief, rental assistance, as well as a monthly job fair, and sanitation. So I am in support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening here. We need, I'm here to show support for the casino because it's the right place, right time.
Could you
Economic growth.
identify yourself? Could you tell us who you are, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sean Gordon. I work in New York for over 25 years. 08035 is my zip code. Right time, right place, economic growth, and much more. It's a business. You have choices left, right, and center. But we need this casino here for the union. I'm a union member. We need this project because it will create union jobs, provide high quality health insurance, and retirement savings to New York City workers. Having a union wage job health benefit means that you can actually afford groceries and go to the doctor when you're sick. Right place, right time, economic growth. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Smoot-Lowers, and I'm from representing zip code 10011. As CalNord's Chief Operations and Business Strategy Officer, I am also appreciative of CPTS's commitment to our mission to provide life-affirming medical and behavioral health care to underserved communities, regardless of the ability to pay. Throughout our 55 years of service, our patients have included members of the theater community who often experience episodic health insurance coverage. This was especially true during the darkest days of the AIDS epidemic. Through our partnership with Caesars Palace Times Squares, we'll be able to provide state-of-the-art care, including rapid STI testing, access to breakthrough HIV prevention tools that require only a twice-yearly injection to prevent HIV, with nearly 100% efficacy, all in an inclusive environment. CPTS's commitment to CalNord is echoed in numerous similar partnerships, reflecting a deep commitment to the Times Square businesses and Hell's Kitchen's residents. We are proud to be a part of this coalition and urge you to say yes to Caesars Palace Times Square. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is the Reverend Dr. Malcolm Bird, Chief Operating Officer of the National Action Network, speaking on behalf of the Reverend Al Sharpton and our Civil Rights Museum. We stand in full support of the Times Square project with SL Green, Caesars, and Jay-Z's Rock Nation.
Folks, keep going. Just 2 minutes, so yeah, keep going.
This is not just about gaming. It is about economic justice and civil rights. For far too long, Black and brown communities have been locked out of the gaming and entertainment industries. This project changes that. It is the only plan that allows everyday New Yorkers to invest, to own, and to stand shoulder to shoulder with industry leaders. It transforms spectators into stakeholders. We applaud Jay-Z, one of us from our community. We respect Ryan Williams and Kadri's expertise in investments, who will bring an opportunity for the marginalized to become a part of this project. And we commend Wendell Pierce for leading a $10 million fund to invest in theaters of color, a game changer for Broadway. Our Civil Rights Museum in Times Square will tell the full story: Black, Hispanic, Native American, LGBTQ, ensuring our history is seen, heard, and honored. We are not outsiders. Our corporate office is here in Times Square. With our partnership, we will bring a civil rights museum that is second to none. The truth is, some in Broadway's establishment never wanted this table to be inclusive. But now the doors are open, the fund is real, and the opportunity is here. This is Broadway's chance to look like real New York, not the Broadway of 1920, but the Broadway of the future. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's make it a reality. Let's not miss it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, so 151 should be starting over here, and then we can do 151 here, and then we can do 156 to 160 on this side.
Hey, thank you for your time. My name is Patrick Catullo. I am a Broadway producer, but I'm not here in that capacity. I've lived and worked in Hell's Kitchen for almost 30 years, and I've seen the changes daily, living and breathing them. And I just want to say, so a lot of people here are speaking for the residents, right? And I don't know how many of you people actually live in 10036.
Let's
I
address
do.
the committee. Just address the committee.
I
Thank
do.
you.
It's literally 264 feet from my apartment, okay, where I walk my dog. Times Square is not, the geography alone is, I really don't know how that's going to work with the number of people. It's congested. New Yorkers don't want to go there. People in the tri-state area and the suburbs from Long Island and New Jersey, they don't want to go to Times Square as it is. So I really just, it's offensive to me that people here are speaking for the residents when I don't know how many people here actually even are, and how many people would want a casino 264 feet away from their home. So I'll have to say thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Uh, Hello, my name is Gregory Lipson. I live in 10021 and work in 10036. I don't have anything prepared. I heard about this hearing from my state senator who is opposed to it, and I work in ticketing and data analytics for Broadway. And I was doing an analysis literally this morning for one of the shows that I work on that sells somewhere between 200 and 400 tickets every single day for the performance that night, the vast majority of which happen at the box office. And as I was remembering that this hearing was happening today, it just struck me that it would be, I think, a bad thing to have anything in Times Square, whether it's this casino or any other business, whose fundamental profit motive is to keep people indoors for as long as possible, because the industry of Broadway relies more and more as time goes on people who are there that day, who will go to the box office and who will buy a ticket. And so I urge you to vote no on the casino. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jeff Wilson. I am a Broadway general manager, 10036. I've lived and worked in the Times Square area for 40 years. I am all for a casino in New York, just not in Times Square, please. Times Square has been historically the center and the heart of Broadway theater. Broadway relies on tourism for over 50% of its ticket sales. The casino, despite what anybody says, is absolutely going to compete for that entertainment dollar. And we need to keep them out of Times Square. Everybody talks about Times Square having a great infrastructure for a casino. Maybe the casino should go somewhere where they need to have infrastructure.
Hold up.
Oh.
Sorry. Pause for just a second. Pause for just a second. Let's hold. Hold the time as well. Thank you. All right.
Maybe the casino should go somewhere where where that area of New York could benefit from infrastructure that's brought in by the casino. And lastly, I think somebody already said it, but the casinos, the casino wants to keep people in the casino, and the people who spend money, their money, they're going to spend it in the casino, not in the local area businesses. People who come to Broadway absolutely spend their money in the hotels and in the restaurants in the Times Square area. So please, please do not let this happen in Times Square. Thank you.
So just before we keep going, where were we with that? Okay, so 156, is that over here? Okay, yeah, we're doing 156 to 160 on over this side, and then we'll line up the next crop 161 to 165 over here, please. Okay, thank you.
Blessings to everyone.
Okay.
Bienvenidos. Shalom, shalom. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell. I'm an ordained chaplain in the city of New York, the greatest city in the world. And I'm here on behalf of someone who loves where she lives. I went to school at 33rd Street and Park Avenue. And coming here today, my heart was just like so full of joy to see all the diversity and to see the vision for revitalizing New York City. This is the epicenter of the world. I'm here under the leadership of our own Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, who chartered a bus, and I was able to partake in one of the new restaurants, Dig In, and boy, did I dig in. It was good. And being here at the Scandinavian House for the first time is just marvelous. It didn't cost me anything. Reverend Sharpton made the way, and I just had to just show up and get on the bus and come into this lovely place. New York is all I know. By trade, I am a mental health and behavioral health counselor and a teacher. I'm going back to school at 61 to be a tutor, and I'll be tutoring children with disabilities like myself. I am in support of Caesar's Palace. I want to have some place to go. I'm from the Boogie Down Bronx, so I want to be able to come down and enjoy New York City like I used to at 14 years old. So I ask God to put the Midas touch in your hands and compassion and wisdom in your hearts, and for you to say yes to building Caesar's Palace. I'll be there. Just please make sure that I have a ramp and somebody to help me down the stairs or whatever. And I hope that you'll be able to think about children who might be traveling with their parents, and
Thank you, Rit.
they have a chance too to experience New York City. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Albert Scambati. I live on West 48th Street, 10036. I urge you to please pay attention that from people who actually live in Hell's Kitchen in the area and the differences between the presidents, the CEOs, the CFOs, the reverends, the executives, the vice presidents, the stakeholders. We've heard from one health center, I think 3 times, so they've taken up 6 minutes to tell us how they're going to stop STDs. I'd like you to introduce you to Hell's Kitchen, where during the pandemic, Birdland, which I'm sure you know, the iconic jazz club, and West Bank Cafe were both going to close, and a GoFundMe campaign among our neighbors kept it open. I didn't see one stakeholder, one director, one president, one CEO, one CFO step up. Also, I belong to the Litter Legion, and I'm involved a little bit with the Free Kitchen. All these people are telling me that they're involved with the community. I haven't seen one of them volunteer at our groups. Also, I work at John Jay. When we did our study of underage prostitutions, Atlantic City was the first place we went to. Nobody has mentioned families torn apart by gambling, alcohol, the just inconsistency between bringing your daughter to go see Aladdin on the same street as, you know, some drunk guys walking out of a Caesar's Palace. I grew up in a small grocery store, and I see people's eyes light up, you know, when these behemoths with batteries of lawyers come up. Real estate is going to go up. So that's the end on 9th Avenue of the little bodega. I'm sure we're going to start seeing, I don't know, you know, more CVS's, more. So people should be talking about the Robinson Pitt Act, things like we only have one independent pharmacy open on 9th Avenue.
We're at time.
Why
Thank you.
why aren't you taking care of that? You care about my neighbor.
Hi, my name is Gilbert Hoover, and I'm Senior Vice President and General Counsel at the Schubert Organization. I'm also a lifelong New Yorker. I went to the High School of Music and Art, and my family grew up on 96th Street in a rent control apartment where I grew up and lived there for 50 years. I'm here to speak both personally as a lifelong New Yorker and as a spokesperson for the Schubert Organization. Broadway does not need a casino in Times Square. The 1515 Broadway, where the casino would be, faces Schubert Alley between 44th and 45th Street. It would literally open on Schubert Alley, which is the epicenter of where Broadway is. Schubert has 7 theaters. Overall, we have 17 theaters, but we have 7 theaters right on Schubert Alley. To have a construction project going on for multiple years will be immensely impactful. And as others have spoken about, the impact on Schubert and on the Broadway industry overall will be a negative. It will not be a positive. There's no doubt that that's going to compete for the same jobs. Broadway is a fully unionized industry. We are fully supportive of union jobs. You can have a casino elsewhere in New York City, all those same union jobs, and you can bring real economic growth. I live in Brooklyn now. If you want to put a casino in Brooklyn, if you want to put a casino in Queens, that's great, okay? I really believe that the outer boroughs could prosper by having economic growth in the nature of a casino. But New York City, Manhattan, already it is fully developed. You do not need a casino there. I urge you to vote against this proposition.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Katie Hamill. I'm a resident and former Tenant Association Executive Board member of Manhattan Plaza, which, as many of you know, is the largest project-based Section 8 development that is close enough to the casino. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the 2,400 senior residents in my building out of 3,000 who are not here. I don't know if you're aware, but you should know our elevators went out today for 4 hours in both buildings, which has meant that none of our people could come. We did have a fleet of Ubers to bring them here because there was no buses because this location is extremely inaccessible for them. Most of them are low income. They have mobility issues, and I feel like this was a very inconsiderate decision to have it here. That said, I am here in opposition to the casino, and I must say I was not originally opposed to this casino. I actually wanted to hear more about it. During the one meeting that this casino applicant had with our tenant body in September of 2024, they laid out a broad plan. During that meeting, our tenants overwhelmingly pushed back. They wanted to be engaged more. They wanted to know more. Over the next year, we heard from them zero, never. We never heard from them again. They engaged with our tenant association in duplicitous ways, projecting a feeling of support from our community, which is falsified. The reason there has been public lashback over the last week about the Manhattan Plaza Capital Trust Plan is because we didn't know about it. It puts our subsidy at risk, and that's why they have changed their minds. They went so far as to have lobbyists that are actually on the payroll who testified here today because they also represent another development of affordable housing who came in front of our residents and pitched your casino and never identified themselves as a paid lobbyist. I asked some of these lobbyists when they called me last week asking me how they can make it right to do two things: to face our residents. I would host a webinar, a Zoom, and to provide buses so they can get here. Both were met with no when I told them about our internal polling that we did in our group, which shows an 84% opposition.
Thank you. We're at time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deborah Wellington. I'm from the 11419 area in Queens, New York, Richmond Hill. Thank you. And basically, I'm here in support of the Caesars Palace Times Square project because I'm truly a city girl. I love Manhattan, even though I live in Queens section of New York. So everyone knows we have we have a well-known casino in Queens. However, like I said, I'm a city girl and I love Manhattan. I love New York, and I would definitely love to see this as a potential landmark of New York City. And I definitely feel as though it would definitely increase the employment rate, which is currently at 4.7. Hopefully, by the time it arrives, it would definitely be at 5 point and higher. And I'm pretty sure it would not impede on anyone's housing project, whatever they're building is not going to impede on housing. It'll definitely bring in more tourism, and I definitely feel it will definitely be a staple of New York. You know, New York has always been a hot spot, and I believe it will continue to be a hot spot with the casino on board. Thank you so much.
$165, and I believe we have 166. So then we'll do 166 and then to 172. That's over here. So the remaining folks signed up to speak can line up in their numerical order over on this side on House Right, please. And you may begin.
Hello, my name is Joe Moran. I'm the owner of Mr. Shirt Laundry Service Corp. I'm here to speak in support of Caesars Times Square. We started 20 years ago in a house garage in Woodhaven, Queens, and currently we have a 10,000 square feet facility in Glendale, Queens. Every step of the way, there was a customer who trusted their brand with our services in a field where there are other companies nearby the city who can offer lower competitive prices. Caesars in particular has handpicked minority or women business enterprises within the boroughs who could provide assistance when needed. By supporting underdog local vendors and service providers, it has a direct impact to their respective neighborhoods. My company, for example, would be able to quadruple the workforce and employ local talent near the 11385 zip code. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a resident of Health Kitchen 10036. And I'm a unionized employee, and I've had to take off work using my annual leave to be here today.
So what is the one thing we all know about casinos? The house always wins. What is one thing we all know about real estate developers? They only care about the bottom line and making money for themselves. What do we know about promises made by large corporations that are not legislated in writing? They can be retracted at absolutely any time. Community Development Fund, that sounds like a fine promise, but how do we enforce that in perpetuity? What makes us think that if this casino begins to struggle, that it won't stop funding their own promises? Also, who gets to decide how the community development money will get spent? The number of questionable backroom conversations and deals that I've heard about in association with this proposal is enough to tell me this proposal is not on the up and up. As a tenant of one of the city's largest affordable housing apartment complexes, which Katie spoke about, Manhattan Plaza, I can tell you that our own tenants association has not been immune to what I hesitate, but seems to me can only be described as bribes. I want you all to also take a look at when this hearing is being held on a sweltering August afternoon in a room that's a fraction of the size of the expected crowd on a block that had us absolutely baking in the sun, blocks away from and with security provided by SL Green's enormous offices at One Vanderbilt. How could anyone even pretend this is a truly public or representative hearing or process? A previous speaker much earlier today noted Barclays Center. I urge all of you on this committee to study what has happened to that neighborhood and the businesses there since that complex opened, to look at the promises they made and look at the neighborhood now and what happened to those promises. I'll close by saying we hear this all the time, New York City's most rich and powerful fear nothing more than a return to 1970s New York and the economic decline of that era. So how could they not think that a vice as large as this would bring about that same
Thank you for
decline,
your time.
which only a casino.
Hi, my name is Irene Burns. I want to thank you for having this. I hope you're really listening to all of us who live here. I live here. I live in the theater district. The theater district doesn't need you. The residents, the people who live here, we don't need you. We don't want you. We don't want your people. We already have enough crazies. We have, oh, shut up.
Hey.
We, ha-
We're gonna,
we listen to you. We have enough. We have superheroes and plushy men and the naked cowgirl. We have enough crazies here already.
folks, we're not gonna heckle. We're not gonna heckle. And just address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't need any more. We don't need any more traffic. We have curtain time that we all have figured out how to deal with. We don't need to deal with more people. Please go somewhere else where they don't have as much traffic or crazies. Thank you.
Yeah. Mylan Henry Levine. I run something called Compassionate Cultural Projects, which stages entertainment events in SROs, older adult centers, places like Covenant House and Fountain House, which is a mental health facility. And what I've done in doing this is I've fallen in love with people that come to New York and are from to New York to be entertainers. And what I can tell you is that comedy is theater. Hip hop is theater. I had the pleasure of working on Club 12, which was a hip hop interpretation of 12th Night. I can tell you that this facility will have world-class theater in it and will bring world-class entertainers here and will benefit Broadway performers, let's say like Jasmine Rogers, who's a brilliant singer, who will be done with Boop at one point and would love to go to Las Vegas and would love to go to Caesar's Palace. When you have a show, the best place that you can bring it is Broadway and Las Vegas, these two places. Las Vegas has become family oriented, and that began with Caesar's Palace. So it has all these crazy vices, and yet the vibe is family oriented. This will bring more tourists. This will bring more activity, more world-class entertainment, making New York literally, clearly the performance capital of the world. And I think it's going to benefit performers, security in the area, and I think residents in the area. Because of that, older adults are going to love coming to this place, going to those shows, and maybe playing a hand of blackjack. I support Caesar's Palace in Times Square. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Scott Bernstein. I'm a senior executive with Food Direct, the leading regional food distributor. We're based in the historic Hunts Point Cooperative Market in the Bronx, and most of our employees live in and around that area. And I'm a New York City resident. I'm here on behalf of the company as a resident and a business person in support of the project. We distribute food in the greater New York metropolitan area. We're serving everything from other wholesalers, markets and restaurants, from diners and pubs to Michelin star restaurants. We rely on product from the New York metro area as well as from suppliers outside of the New York metropolitan area. And we think this project will bring jobs to the area. Like I said earlier, our employees are based in this area, and this will bring more jobs. We support other markets and distributors of goods in the area who also bring jobs to the area. We are already delivering to the Times Square area as well as the greater New York metropolitan area, and we understand that this can be done in a congestion-free environment. Most of our business is done in the wee hours of the morning anyway. I'm old enough to remember when Disney came to the theater district, and people ridiculed that, thinking it would dilute the value of the talent. And look at what that historic move to that area did at that time. I think, and as a former leisure and entertainment executive who's been involved in the theme park business and other location-based entertainment, with the right amount of money, which this will generate, safety and security can easily be accomplished in this area. So this is an amazing project. We think it's great for the revitalization of New York, as well as the labor force, and we hope you support it. Thank you.
Okay, so here we have 166, and then we have one. So we have 166 and then up to 174, which at the moment is the last speaker. So we can take the remaining folks over on this side. So if you're up to 174, can line up here.
My name's Carolyn Rossi Copeland. I was born in Manhattan. Yes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Thank
I was born in Manhattan and have worked in the theater district since 1978 when I started a theater 130 West 44th Street. We lived through the homeless single room occupancy crisis, the pornography in the adult theaters, into a thriving new.
Hold for just a second. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. You can
Sure.
continue.
Since 1978, we lived through the homeless single room occupancy crisis, pornography, and the adult theaters into a thriving new community with theatrical presentations welcoming young families to Broadway. This transformation made Broadway a global destination, and it lifted the city out of its recession. There were more empty buildings in Times Square that no one would want to be renting or be a part of. When our city was devastated after 9/11, it was the Broadway community that banded together to create an international marketing campaign. Again, after the pandemic, it was the same community of actors, singers, producers, theater owners who led the reopening of our city. How could you hold this hearing without allowing those people the opportunity to be heard? It's this article. These people reopened New York City twice. How could you do this without allowing the Broadway community the opportunity to be heard? They're working. Broadway represents theater. Move the casino to a neighborhood that needs an influx of people and businesses. Times Square has its identity and it has become family friendly. Casinos are not for families. I urge you to use your very privileged position and your conscience to keep Times Square family friendly and move the casino where people will need the jobs and
you. We're at
need the
time.
traffic.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ryan Devlin, resident of 10036, also a union member, professor of city planning and community development. Lived in New York City for 20 years. And I'm actually ambivalent about the casino. I think, if a casino has to come anywhere, Times Square is not the worst place in the world to do it. What I'm here to speak about, though, and what I'm very concerned about is the process. I actually kind of have to thank whoever organized this because you've given me a case study for my community engagement class that I teach to master's students in city planning about how not to do engagement. To have it away from the neighborhood, to have it in a small auditorium, to have it at a time when people can't attend, when many of the residents of my building are elderly and can't make it here, really kind of narrows the ability of true engagement with the community. And I don't begrudge all my union fellow union members for being here. They have every right to express their support, and they're members of the community as well, and their opinions are valid. But the way that this was held, also the fact I have to corroborate in the beginning, SL Green, who offices are right down the street, and their security is here, did prevent people from coming in while allowing people with pro casino signs, which is pretty egregious. And if it wasn't planned, it at least gives this feeling of being very rigged. So I would urge you, I have no opinion pro or against casino, but I would urge you all to not let this be the only community engagement you've done. There are a lot of residents who have different opinions. Those who have spoken here in support of the casino have every right to do so. But I don't think you've heard the entire story, and I very much question SL Green as a community partner, especially given how they seem to have dominated this hearing. Thank you.
No, one sec? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Levi. I'm the business representative for live performance, which includes theater and Broadway theater at United Scenic Artists, Local USA 829 of the IATSE. We're a union of over 5,000 designers and assistant designers who work on Broadway. And I'm here today to voice Local USA 829's strong opposition and to urge you to vote no on the proposed casino in the Times Square Theater District. Our members are the workers behind the curtain, the designers and assistants who bring the magic of live performance to life on Broadway. We are not against a casino in New York City, but we are against a casino in Times Square. We are not against the jobs, the union jobs that a casino in New York City would create, but we are against the union jobs and the shows and the livelihoods of people who work on Broadway that could be destroyed by a casino being smack dab in the middle of Times Square. And that is all I have to say. We urge you to vote no.
Thank you. You have a job in theater. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Wexelblad. I'm the president of Theatrical Stage Employees Local 1 IATSE. I represent about 6,000 backstage workers throughout the boroughs, Nassau and Suffolk counties, as well as Westchester and Putnam counties. And that, of course, includes stage workers and stagehands that work in all the Broadway theaters. While the advent of any of the proposed downstage casinos will mean entertainment jobs for my members, I have to be honest with you that this one is not in the best interest of an industry that already brings millions of people to New York. Restaurants, museums, parking lots, and the like that support our industry. This is not a direct condemnation of the casinos as a whole, just this one that does not seem to have the support of the community, if you're listening, as a whole. I'm from 10036, so Restaurant Row, 46th Street, just a couple blocks away. It'll be safer. I don't believe that. The amount of money that the open checkbooks, the organizations that they're trying to buy support from, it doesn't seem the right way to sell this proposed project. I challenge anyone to take a short ride to Atlantic City and see how much that poor, devastated community has benefited from having an industry based solely on casinos for the last 46 years. It is not just the casinos themselves. We have a vibrant yet fragile industry that is thriving without a casino
This would bring risk to the very heart of live theater in this country, no less the world. I want to point out that many of my brother and sister unions in the construction trades will be demolishing and or building any and all the downstate casinos wherever the licenses are deemed appropriate. But after all these casinos are built, those construction jobs will go away. I represent workers that will stay and work the permanent jobs and positions. I and my members do not support this particular project at all, and I thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melba Wilson, and I'm a proud lifelong New Yorker, someone that was born, bred, and buttered in this city. I started out as a cashier, and I'm now the proud owner of 5 businesses right here in New York City. So when I speak to you, I'm speaking to you of a place from the heart and as someone who has seen what this city has done. I'm also the founder of Melba's Restaurant, Melba's Catering, and president emeritus of the New York City Hospitality Alliance. I stand here today on behalf of the New York City Hospitality Alliance and Melba's Restaurants in total support of the Caesar's Palace Times Square. You know, when I think about the pandemic and also Broadway, how many Broadway plays close because there are not enough people to go in and fill the seats? How many restaurants have still not recovered from the pandemic? I see this project as one that will really, really elevate the community. I've seen what our city has been through in the past few years, and I know what it needs to thrive in the future. Caesar's Palace, Times Square. The team behind Caesar's Palace Times Square has spent the last 4 years meeting with the community and incorporating the feedback they received into a comprehensive proposal that will drive new tourism and economic activity to restaurants across the city, from Harlem to Hell's Kitchen and beyond. Times Square is the only location where a casino will blend into the look and feel of the neighborhood, and it's the only location with real access to public transportation. Now, this is important. That means that tourists who will come to Caesars can easily get around to fellow businesses, which is good, but it also means that union members will build this project and the union members who will work inside this project can get here from all over the city. That is why I totally support Caesar's Palace, Times Square. Thank you so much for your time.
For what number is this?
I thought we were going to take a break.
No, we're not. We're going to keep going. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Could you just, what number are we here?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Taggart. I'm a member of the Broadway theater community, and I'm a proud member of IATSE Local 18032 at PAM. I was born and raised in New York City. I was a longtime resident of Hell's Kitchen, living at Worldwide Plaza. I have a number of friends and neighbors who are registered voters in the district who know I am here today. I speak on their behalf as well. In short, placing a casino in this district would be devastating to Broadway and Times Square as a whole. Our neighborhood operates on a delicate balance, managing enormous foot traffic, safety concerns, and infrastructure demands. Introducing a 24/7 casino that would tip that balance in the wrong direction, harming our artists, our audiences, our restaurants, our small businesses, and the thousands of theater professionals who make Broadway possible. A casino does not enhance the theater district. It competes with it. It diverts attention, it diverts tourist dollars, and it diverts energy away from the cultural ecosystem that has made Times Square world-renowned. Broadway sustains nearly 100,000 jobs across 14 unions. Good union jobs: actors, stagehands, ushers, dressers, musicians. Broadway was decimated during the pandemic, and we are recovering. Do not do this to us again. A casino can be built anywhere. As my colleague Adam Levi said, I am not against a casino in New York. I'm against a casino in Times Square. Broadway can only be here. A casino can be anywhere. Times Square is our cultural heartbeat, and the livelihood of our workers depend on protecting it. Please, no casino in Times Square. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Mylinda Lee, and I'm the mother of a child that was on Broadway. I'm here representing and standing with Broadway Serves. As a member of New York City and a retired transit worker, New York City is vibrant. the pandemic has struck many of us financially, and to put a casino inside of Times Square would be a disaster, not just because of the tourists coming. You can go to the casino anywhere. Times Square is not made for that. And I understand y'all conglomerates and corporate firms, and this is a very small amount of people to show up to give their support or this disapproval. Me living in Harlem and to travel to go to Times Square is fun, but to go to a show, to go to a store, not to go to a casino. You can just find an open lot somewhere away from what it's going to take away and put your casino. I thank you.
Hello, good day. My name is Sarah Jenkins. My zip code is 11207. I have been in the hospitality customer service field for over 10 years. Uh, I am born and raised in New York. 42nd Street is the heartbeat of Manhattan, driving thousands of tourists and locals. I believe the support of Caesar's Palace project will bring forth economic growth, expansion, and advancement within our community. New York Times Square has the infrastructure to support this project. We have to understand the importance of union jobs. And with this project, there will be new union construction jobs, which will help benefit us as a community at whole. Since the unit is already existing, it makes it a lot easier task to achieve and revitalize. Caesar's Rewards will also drive tourists and locals to restaurants and bars. And investments is what New York's needs in order to thrive. As people, there's been concerns that have been raised about safety. I believe more security, armed and unarmed, will be provided to ensure the safety of the people within the community, as well as with restaurant servers, bartenders, educating guests on alcohol awareness and stopping serving after a guest looks impaired will ensure safe drinking habits and safety. I believe a casino in the community will not bring down Broadway, one casino. I love the fact that New York is diverse culturally, socially, and economically, and people have the free will to make the choice to do as they please with their free time. I am here with National Action Network, and we are in support of Caesar's Rewards. I thank you so much for your time here today. Again, my name is Sarah Jenkins. Thank you again.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manny Chimbo, and I'm a New York resident, zip code 10456, and I am a local 79 member. I'm here to support Caesar's Palace Times Squares because I think that this project is the best proposal and will create thousands of job union careers for New York residents. I'm also a local 79 graduate from the apprenticeship program, and I know that a union construction project with trained workers is a safe construction site for the area and the best possible type of responsible development that I want in my city and in my community. Growing up in New York City, there aren't always opportunities for good jobs, especially being a CCNY graduate. There isn't many jobs out there that's good paying like a union job. And the apprenticeship program allowed me to become a highly skilled construction laborer working for a trade, using my hands and finding a middle class career, all without going into debt. These are the types of life changing opportunities that Caesar Times Squares will create for New Yorkers like me, especially creating over 3,000 good paying union jobs and just about 4,000 permanent positions for New York City, allowing for investments of roughly over $25 billion for new revenue in Broadway, restaurants, and small businesses. Also allowing $250 million in public investment, allowing childcare, student debt aid, and upgrades like public restrooms in Times Squares. The Caesars project is a win for the working men and women of the city. Now let's get it done.
Hello,
My name is Mary Alex Daniels. I'm a proud member of the Broadway theater community and a New York resident, zip code 10024, and I have worked in Times Square every day for years. I strongly oppose a casino in Times Square. Times Square is not just a global destination, it is a neighborhood with a devoted community. Times Square already battles congestion, safety concerns, and the strain of mass tourism. A casino won't solve these problems, it will magnify them. Times Square community members have already spoken. Nearly 3 in 4 people who live in Times Square oppose a Times Square casino. What makes Times Square special is its mix of theater, dining, and street life. It is a family-friendly destination that welcomes visitors from all over the world. A casino will change that brand overnight. It risks pushing out small businesses and deterring the very tourists and locals who keep this neighborhood vibrant. Please do not sell out our neighborhood to the highest bidder. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jason Delgado. I'm a proud New Yorker. I'm also a proud combat Navy veteran. I'm here to voice my support for the Caesars Palace Times Square. I have a whole bunch of bullet points here, but I want to emphasize the importance of good paying jobs. I want to emphasize that this is a project that is going to support so many New Yorkers. The only way to develop this site is by giving it a gaming license. By doing so, we create thousands of good paying union jobs that wouldn't exist without this project. This proposal site is an existing office building in a commercial district, so it won't take up vacant land. As we face a housing crisis across the city, Caesars Palace, Times Square will not displace critical housing opportunities or be jammed within existing residential neighborhoods. In my humble opinion, this is the best place, this center with mass transit. This is one of the best places. And I truly believe that there's not a better place in the 5 boroughs than Times Square. By saying yes to Caesar Palace, the city will gain middle-class union jobs for hardworking New Yorkers. This project will bring over 3,000 union jobs, 3,800 permanent union jobs. That's a win for working class men and women of our city. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so we have 183, I have as the last registered speaker. So if you'd like to testify, you do need to register outside in order to do so. Okay.
Did he go?
Hi, I'm Jeff Lapadula. I'm with PS Kitchen. We're at 48th and 8th in the 10036. I'm in support of the casino, and I think it would be good for the neighborhood. I've been operating restaurants in New York City for about 20 years, and the Times Square area is very unique and very challenging to run a business. Not only do you have, homelessness and it's very dirty, especially the side streets, but you also a lot of times have the lack of people walking around. The casino is going to generate folks to the neighborhood. That's really the bottom line. So more foot traffic means less crime. There was just a sexual assault on 47th and 8th on Sunday evening. If the casino was there and there were more people walking to their hotels, maybe that wouldn't have happened. I do believe that the direct relationship between crime in Times Square is directly related to when there's less people walking around. We see more crime on Mondays and Fridays because, at least on our block, because people work from home and no longer go to their offices. So COVID has really changed the neighborhood. Our restaurant opened in 2017. We had our busiest months up to 2019 into 2020. And as soon as COVID hit, we had less people. We love our Broadway community, and I've heard a lot from the Broadway community. I want to do research and make sure it doesn't hurt them. I haven't heard yet why it would hurt them directly, but I don't want to see them hurt. But I believe more people going to casino, tourists spending more money, more restaurants getting money, more people going to Broadway shows. For me, it seems like a really simple thing. Like, why wouldn't we want more people in the neighborhood? Millions of them per year just walking around. spending money and making it a better place. So that's my simple belief, just that it would be good to have more people in the neighborhood and hopefully keep our small business alive for another 8 years. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Schwartz. I'm a Broadway producer. My first neighborhood when I first moved to New York in 2001 was to be a Broadway producer, and I moved to 54th and 10th. I'm so glad the numbers got messed up because I'd love to answer his question. The reason that the Broadway community is so concerned is that we've been here forever. We've always been the ones who stood by New York and stood by Times Square. We are the ones who provide the jobs for New York and for Times Square, and we are the ones who attract all the tourists for New York and Times Square. And I think often New York doesn't really remember that, and that we as the Broadway community were the first ones to shut down and the last ones to open during COVID. I've heard a lot of people talk about how this is going to be great for the restaurants. My understanding is that a casino's number one job is to keep you inside the casino. So I'd love to hear more about why the restaurants in the area and people in the area think that the casino is going to attract more people to their businesses when really we all know the casino just wants to keep you inside. The last thing I will say is I am now a mother. I take great pride in bringing my daughters to my shows and to other shows. And the number one thing I hear from other mothers is that they feel that Times Square is off-putting and dirty, as the gentleman just said, and crime is a concern. And I don't know how a casino is actually going to help that. I'm not opposed to a casino. I'm opposed to a casino in Times Square. I'm currently very proud to be the producer of a show called Parade that's currently touring the country. And in the second act, one of the characters asks, "Where will you stand?" I stand with Broadway, I stand with art, I stand with creatives, and I stand with New York, remembering that Broadway has always been here for you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Dennis. I'm the managing director of Circle in the Square Theater. We're one of only 41 Broadway theaters in the entire world, and we employ hundreds of people every year from 7 different unions. I want to echo my colleague's statements. I had an entirely different thing I was going to say when I came up here, but she talked about why it's a bad idea. And yes, I do think casinos would bring people in. I think that they would also keep them in. A casino wants you to spend money in the casino. That is their business model. That would be my business model if I ran a casino. They don't want you to go outside. And we all know that the profits from casinos are not poured back into the community, they're distributed to shareholders. People come to New York to see a Broadway show. Over 14 million people come every year to see a Broadway show. Give me a second because I went off track with my little speech about why it's not. And there's nothing else in the world like Broadway. That's what's bringing in dollars. That's what's bringing in people to spend money in other places in the casino, not just our Broadway theater. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Betsy Dollinger. I'm a member of the Broadway community. I've also been a part of it since right out of college, about 35 years ago. And I've been part of it ever since. I raised kids in the suburbs and took pride in taking them into Broadway. And what I've seen over the past couple years, one, is we can't even hold any more people in Times Square. And post-COVID, they're rejecting Broadway. We need people to feel like they can get through it. And we need to encourage them to come to Broadway. I'm not opposed to a casino, other places in New York, but we have a lot of people in Times Square as it is. We have to encourage young families and tourists to come back to see a Broadway show. I will say I've done marketing for years as well as being a producer. And Vegas, Broadway shows haven't done historically well in Vegas, in where the Strip is, because people, to what everyone said, want to stay in the casinos, but they want to do something that's short. And so our shows, it's about art. It's not about the time it takes to go in and go out. And so we need to encourage people to come back to Broadway, and that's where our 41 theaters are. There's lots of other places in and around Manhattan that have space and could handle a casino, and I just don't think it's good for our community. Thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Merrick Adrianson, 10044. I have made it my professional career since 1998 to make Times Square a place where people from around the world come and are completely captivated by all the displays that you see there. I started in 1998 when Disney came into Times Square with Times Square Studios. And at the time, there were just 3 displays there. It was a lonely place. It was not very crowded. And every year after that, I worked very hard to build spectaculars that capture people's imaginations and bring them to Times Square. I take great pride when I see tourists from all over the world coming to Times Square, look at these displays with big smiles and pictures, and go back and with all the impressions. And that not only makes the place vibrant, it brings more people from around the world over, and it creates an environment, the economic engine of Times Square. All our retail customers that we have worked for, when they have displays, they're able to attract more people. It is an economic engine. All of these things bring people into Times Square. It was very disturbing for me to see through COVID what has happened to Times Square. I walked through there the other day. I see ABC studio gone, big dark block. That hurts me, right? I want to see more vitalization. I want to see more displays. I want to see people in Times Square. It could, Times Square, I've seen it during the heydays. It can definitely support more people coming in. And one of the things that I would like to see, my friends from New York always say, you won't catch me dead going to Times Square. And I tell them, if I have a great restaurant there, would you come? They say, of course we'll come. So I want to build an area, and I'm supportive of the project to have great restaurants in Times Square. Thank you.
Are there any individuals in attendance who have registered to testify that have not, that are in this room? Okay. Yes, you want to come on up?
My name is Amelia Cicero. As a member of UAW9A, located in Alabama, I definitely sympathize with our union brothers and sisters, but I stand in opposition to this. I have worked in live entertainment across theatrical projects and museums in pop-up attraction sphere for over a decade. And I believe that this would be devastating to the neighborhood. This project will impact the community enormously. Some speakers have mentioned that the theater industry and tourism in general have not fully recovered from the pandemic. This project will not help us recover. It will divert audiences, and more long-standing shows and attractions will close. So many folks have claimed that this casino will drive people to local restaurants and bars and shows. We know for a fact that is not true. Wait a few. I don't know how many people who have spoken today have been, but every casino I've been to is a maze designed to keep you there. Everything you could want is provided for you at the casino. You stay at the casino hotel, you eat at the casino restaurant, you see the casino shows. In addition to that, I fully believe that this project rollout has been fairly insulting to the community. It does not feel like we are being heard. It is definitely a hardship to have this all the way over here in a small auditorium. I urge anyone who is on the fence to please oppose this project as well. I think it will be a major detriment to the restaurants, theaters, and museums in the area. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for everybody who has testified up till now. We're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break here for the committee, as we have, at this point, have no other registered speakers. So we'll reconvene in about 15 minutes, okay?
Hello, my name is Yaitza Rivera. I work at 123 at Lincoln Center Theater. The Vivian Beaumont Theater at Lincoln Center is the only Broadway theater outside of Times Square, but we oppose the casino in Times Square. The construction jobs can still be successfully done in another location in Manhattan, but unfortunately, Broadway can't be moved from Times Square. I also believe that a casino bringing more people to the neighborhood would impact negatively the crime rates, since people may be under the impression that whoever goes to a casino will have money to spend or is walking out with money that they've won in there. So I don't know who said that it was a good thing to have more people and that the crime rates were going to go down, because that makes no sense. I also don't know where we can put more people in Times Square, because we've all experienced how packed it always is. And I feel like we will have to like create another sidewalk in the sky or something. Anyway, I am a theater person and I definitely oppose, and Lincoln Center opposes this casino. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Kendra Moore, and I'm a proud member of APTOM and also a company manager of a show on Broadway. I'm opposed to building a casino in Times Square. I believe it would undermine the vibrant culture and entertainment atmosphere that defines the iconic location. Broadway and its community is a cornerstone of New York's cultural identity. It could lead to increased traffic congestion, as mentioned before, noise pollution, crime, negatively impacting both residents and the millions of visitors who come to experience its unique charm. The introduction of a casino in Times Square also poses significant threats to the Broadway community and its cultural identity. Broadway is known for its theater and its live performances and artistic expression, and a casino could overshadow these cultural elements, attracting a different demographic that prioritizes gambling over the arts, potentially diminishing ticket sales for shows and performances on Broadway. I also believe that a casino may increase competition, with theaters may struggle to compete for audiences, and the allure of gaming could divert potential theater goers to leading to decreased attendance at Broadway shows, and then threatening the livelihoods of our actors, crew members, and all the support staff that work on Broadway. It also, as mentioned before, we can't move Broadway, but more people are going to come into Broadway, which will then lead to more crowds, which potentially could lead to safety concerns. Casinos could generate significant noise activity, which could disrupt performances and overall noise level that could deter audiences as well from attending shows. And with that being said, the safety concerns again could increase crime rates. Theater goers and performers may feel less secure coming to a more crowded area. And the economic impact, while you may argue that the casino could create jobs, could actually harm the existing Broadway economy. And if theaters struggle due to diminished attendance, layoffs and closures could occur, destabilizing the community and affecting local businesses that rely on theater goers. And then lastly, I just want to say the cultural devaluation of the allure of a casino could lead to the gradual devaluation of the cultural.
Sorry, what number was that? 27. So any 188 and north of that can line up at this microphone here.
Hi, I'm Dory Berenstein. I'm a Broadway producer for the past 30 years. I've had an office in the theater district that whole time. My zip code is 10019. I strongly oppose a casino in Times Square. For over 100 years, Broadway has been a beloved cultural epicenter for the world. People travel from every corner of the globe to experience the magic of Broadway. Broadway is not just a collection of theaters. It is the beating heart of New York City. New York is Broadway. Broadway is New York. But now we face a proposal that threatens to dismantle this cherished legacy, the establishment of a casino in the heart of Times Square. This is not just a business decision. It is an existential threat to the very soul of our community and to Broadway. How can you ignore the fact that 3 out of 4 people in the Times Square neighborhood oppose a Times Square casino? And what about the fact that Broadway for many years has had greater attendance than all 10 of the New York and New Jersey professional sports teams combined? Why would you ever want to destroy that success? As a mother of 2 kids who grew up going to Broadway shows, concerts, sporting events in the Times Square area, I'm devastated just thinking about the loss of the family audience to the Times Square area. With the inevitable increase in crime, prostitution, addiction, congestion, and chaos that comes with casino culture, as has been very, very thoroughly documented, why would families ever want to venture anywhere near Times Square if this casino is established? With the Times Square casino, the family audience, not just for Broadway shows, will be lost. The destruction of our Broadway industry is not an exaggeration. We all know that a casino draws a very different crowd. So build your casino,
Thank you, we're at time.
but build it somewhere else.
Is there anyone in the auditorium who has signed up to testify that has not at this time? Okay, so we've concluded our registered speakers for now. We will hold the hearing open for 15 more minutes till 5 o'clock. And then I guess we'll take a pause and see if there's any more speakers. So we will take a pause.
in revenue. So this is a huge business, and you need to create a simple financial audit, 10-year audit of what is going to happen pro forma, of what is going to be the tax sharing plan that is going to benefit the city and specifically Midtown Manhattan, right? Because there's a lot of money that's going to happen, and before people can decide if they support it or are against it, they need to know what the financial benefit is to the city. The second thing I'll say is, what kind of financial support will there be for all the gambling addicts and Gambling Anonymous? It is a huge issue, okay? Online gambling and the collateral damage from it is a huge issue to young men in our country and in our city. And there needs to be a plan in place to support these people. Otherwise than that, I think gambling should have been legalized a long time ago. In New York City, people are just going to go elsewhere, but we need to create systems that don't create more collateral damage. The city over the past 5 years.
Thank you. We're at time.
And the last thing I'll say is,
We are at time. Sir, thank you. We are at time. Each speaker gets 2 minutes. Thank you. I believe we have one additional speaker.
Good afternoon. I came in here neutral, and after listening for hours, I'm still neutral. And the reason why is that I think both sides have been a little remiss in doing your homework before coming here to make this presentation. And the reason why I say that is because the original boundaries of the Times Square redevelopment project from the late 70s into the early 80s had Times Square extending as far over as 12th Avenue. What you see now in 2025 is a reduction of what would be considered Times Square. Reason why that becomes important now is because there is plans on the table to tear down the Port Authority bus terminal and to redevelop going over to the Lincoln Tunnel. So that's a lot of land. And I think you might want to consider being a part of that new redevelopment in the sense that there's no top of the line hotel mentioned in any of the plans thus far. So the only thing right now, from the perspective of Caesar's Palace, would be what to do in the interim while they finish that project, which should take somewhere between 7 to 9 years. As far as the people who are opposed to the casino, it's been repeated that you want a casino, but not in Times Square. And I think you need to expand what is the definition of Times Square. 1515 Broadway is a very beautiful, ornate building, but you're going to outgrow it, okay? Giving a second floor or whatever, if it is successful, you're going to demand more space. I just got back from Las Vegas, and there actually has a 20% reduction in income because to get anywhere, you have to go through the casinos. You have a heart attack or something?
We
gotta
are at
do
time.
that. So it's just
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Are there any other speakers who have not gone that have registered to speak? Okay. As we have no more individuals wishing to speak, we will adjourn this public hearing for the Caesars Palace Times Square Community Advisory Committee. As mentioned, today's hearing was the first of two. The second public hearing will be soon announced for September. Thank you very much for your participation in this process.